Today from Universal Pictures is Adventures of the Flying Cadets. The first of 13 weekly chapters debuted in theaters September 7th, 1943. In true cliffhanger style, it ends abruptly at the precise moment of imminent danger. Will the day be miraculously saved just in the nick of time? Find out and watch this PizzaFLIX Cliffhanger serial marathon. Until the next time, may the sauce be with you.
Will be the Air Corvette. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink. But tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future ace, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation's here, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. Each man's a future ace, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation's here, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Cadet Collins, which one of you is to fly the plane?
We tossed a coin, sir, and Scrapper won.
Cadet McKay is the lucky man, eh? Well, good luck. That's all.
Of course, you realize you're breaking all sorts of your own regulations, but you're making four boys very happy.
Well, after all, the plane was won in a contest. The boy who won it donates it to me for use as a trainer. The least I can do is to let one of his chums fly it. Yes?
Arthur Galt's plane coming in for a landing, sir.
Galt? Of course.
Arthur Galt? Is he here?
He will be in a minute. He's landing in his plane. We're consulting on an engineering problem.
How about it, Jinx? Do you still think this crate will fly?
He does. I don't.
Well, we're going to find out. Major Elliott gave me permission to take her up.
You're not kidding me, are you, Scrapper?
No, that's what the Major said.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Danny. We'll have it ready in a second.
Those are the boys from the Army Basic Training School.
Yeah, and I think some of them went there from here only a few days ago.
It's funny, our school and that Army one are just a few miles apart, but what a difference there is in the training.
Yeah, well, we'll be getting that training as soon as we learn all we have to teach here.
Boy, won't it be something when we were up there taking our first parachute jump?
Hey, look, there they go.
You know, Jinx, watching them up there makes me sure I'm going to stick to the ground crew. No parachutes for me.
Look, you dope. All four of us, Danny, Scrapper, you and I, agreed to graduate as flyers. And you're not washing yourself out, parachute jump or no parachute jump. Well, Scrapper, she's all ready.
Okay. Contact.
You said my plane wouldn't fly.
I was only kidding.
Hey, look up there.
Army Transport. Calling U.S. Army Transport.
U.S. Army Transport, go ahead. Yes? What? Don't worry, I'll report it.
What's up?
Captain Bracken jumped with his men, but his parachutes fouled in our rudder.
What can we do? We can't reach him. We can't land with him there.
U.S. Army transport. Yes? Yes? All right, stand by.
One of the cadets from the pre-flight school thinks he can save the captain. He suggests we hold her steady at 90.
Fair enough.
What's Scrapper up to?
He's gonna try to rescue that soldier.
Tough fix, son.
There must be some way out of it, sir.
There is, but you're taking a chance.
It's all right, sir. I'll take that chance.
All right, then, nose up and cut the shrouds with your propeller.
All right, hang on, sir. Here we go.
This is my old friend, Major Charles Gray, second in command at the Army Basic Training School, who's asked to speak to you, Cadet McKay.
Yes. In saving the life of Captain Bracken, Cadet McKay, you saved a man whom the Army cannot easily replace. Your courage and your expert handling of the plane demonstrates not only that you're profiting by Bill Elliott's instruction, but also that you are the type of man the Army wants.
Thank you, sir.
Well, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me.
Why, certainly.
You're pretty proud of them, aren't you, Bill?
You bet I am.
You know, I was sure our old friend George Bolton was making a mistake when he took those 4 lads under his wing and gave them a home.
I'm glad George persuaded me to put them in the school. They're natural-born flyers, all 4 of them. And I know Major Gray will be glad to get them.
What about their lack of education?
Well, they have a native intelligence that makes up for that. By the time they get through here, they'll have all the schooling they'll need.
Well, I only hope they don't let you down.
They won't. Hello?
Hello, Bill. How are my boys coming along?
Fine, George. Arthur Galt, who is here in my office, just been discussing you and your boys. By the way, one of them has just done a very fine thing.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'll come right over and have you tell me all about it.
All right. See you later.
I didn't know George was in town.
Neither did I. You'll be glad to hear about Scrapper.
Look here, Bill. I think if you change the angle of those intake valves about 5 degrees, that motor will run like a charm.
That's it, of course. You know, Arthur, I've been looking for that trouble for 10 weeks, and you located it in 10 minutes.
Well, that's why the Army hires me as a consulting engineer to iron out the kinks. Oh, and speaking of ironing out kinks, I'm due over at Jack Hill's plant in 10 minutes.
I'll have one of the boys take you over in the car.
Too bad about Bob and Les. Both doing swell jobs.
Yes. Seems like the Black Hangman is gunning for the heads of war plants. You better be careful, Jack.
Might be an idea to hire a bodyguard.
Well, what's all the excitement getting me down here in such a rush?
I think I found a way to build 3 motors where I was only building 1 before, and I want your advice on the new setup.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's have a look at it.
Excuse me. Yes?
Captain Carlson is here, sir. He has an appointment.
Ask him to wait, please. I'm sorry, Arthur. I've got to see Carson. I completely forgot his appointment.
That's all right, Jack. I'll be getting my things straightened out while you talk to him. Shall I use the same office?
Yes, of course. Ask Captain Carson to come in, please.
Mr. Hill said my old office was available.
Why, yes, there hasn't been anyone in it since you were here.
Thank you.
Well, that's the setup, Captain. See, our trouble isn't anything you can put your finger on. We can't make any definite charges, but I felt it should be investigated by Army intelligence, and that's why I sent for you.
Very well. If I can look over your personnel records, I'll get busy on it right away.
Go right ahead, Captain. My secretary will get you anything you want.
Don't touch that.
you?
If an introduction is necessary, Herr Hill, let me introduce myself. I am the Schwarzer Henker at your service.
Schwarzer Henker, the Black Hangman.
Yes, but as you know, I've already eliminated the heads of 2 of your important war operations.
And I suppose as head of the Hill Aerial Corporation, I shall be number 3.
Yes, unless you give me what I want.
It's military information.
It is not. You are one of 7 men who went to Africa to search for the lost caves of Ankaban.
Yes, we never found them.
You are mistaken, Herr Hill. The caves of Ankaban were found by one of your party.
Yes, Professor Mason, but he left no trace.
Fortunately for me, because Professor Mason did find the caves of Ankaban.
He's still alive?
As my prisoner.
Prisoner?
Yes. Professor Mason found something of such fabulous value in those caves that only I must possess it.
Well, if it's so valuable, what are you telling me about it for?
Because Professor Mason sent a chart showing the location of the caves of Ankaban to one of his friends.
I know nothing of any chart.
Then perhaps it was your friend, Major Elliott.
If I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
No, you would not. You Americans have such a strange idea of honor. To all police officers and government agents, greetings from the Schwarzer Henker.
Mr. Hill still busy?
No, I think he's alone. I'll find out for you.
Leave it alone. Unfortunately, Herr Hill, you know too much. You would warn your friends if I let you have the opportunity.
Help me get him over in that couch. Get a doctor.
No use, Carson.
Who did it, Jack?
Black Hangman.
I wonder if he left a message like he did with the others he killed.
Warren Elliott. He's next. Black Hangman.
To all police officers and government agents, greetings from the Schwarzer Henker. In the interest of the new order, I am here to eliminate your war production heads, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. Heil!
Poor old Jack. You say he sent me a warning?
With his last words.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Getting rid of me wouldn't help the Nazis. I'm too easy to replace.
Can you think of any other reason why the Black Hangman would have you on his list?
That's the part that doesn't make sense. But there were 7 of us in the party. 1 mysteriously disappeared. 3 of us have been murdered by the Black Hangman. And I seem to be number 4.
Your theory puts me on the spot, too. Well, there may be something in what you say, but nevertheless,
Pardon me. Elliot speaking. Very well, I'll come right over. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll only be a few minutes.
How'd you make out in math? I didn't. I'm as good as out right now.
Oh, forget it. They'll pass you. They want flyers, not bookkeepers. And, brother, you can really fly.
Yeah, I can fly, can't I?
Hey, what's the idea?
I'm going to show them what I can do with a plane. Here goes nothing. Who's in that plane?
Cadet Collins, I believe, sir.
Well, he'll be killed. That plane's been grounded for repairs.
Operations? Who's stunting that plane?
Cadet Collins, sir.
Collins? Order him down at once.
We can't contact him, sir.
plane up without permission, stunted over the field contrary to regulations, and cracked up a valuable training plane.
I'm sorry, sir. I was only trying to...
You failed to learn the most important lesson we have to teach. The Army wants men who will obey orders, not willful, disobedient hoodlums.
Okay, then. If that's where I stand in this outfit, I'll get out.
Attention! Cadet Collins, this is a private school, but it's run according to Army regulations. Soldiers don't quit in time of war. That's called desertion. The staff will decide what's to be done with your case at once. Meantime, you are confined to quarters. Dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Who was it picked us up off the street when we were down and out and let us live in his house?
His basement, you mean?
So? It was better than what we had. Who was it found us jobs to carry us through?
And sent us to school?
And help us with our lessons?
And fixed us so we could come here and be pilots. It was Mr. Bolton.
So it was Mr. Bolton. What's that got to do with me leaving here and joining the Navy?
Plenty. You're not leaving here until you've talked to Mr. Bolton.
Says who?
Says us.
Says all three of us.
Hello, Mr. Bolton. Gee, are we glad to see you.
Oh, looks like I arrived just in time. What's the matter with Danny?
Danny has something he wants to tell you.
Judging from the way you look, it must be important.
It is.
Well, come on, out with it.
Well, Danny's got an idea he wants to quit the Air Cadets and join the Navy.
Join the Navy?
Yes, Major Elliott read the riot act to him for taking a plane up without permission and stunting.
Why, you know better than that, Danny. What did you do it for?
Well, I was just trying to show him I could fly.
Well, they know you can fly. There must be more to it than that.
Danny was afraid he'd flunk his written exams and wash out. Well, talk some sense into him, Mr. Bolton. Tell him he can't quit us.
I don't know as I want to. Perhaps it would be just as well for him to quit.
Quit the Air Cadets? I don't get it.
I don't think he has what it takes. There's no room for a quitter in this organization.
That's the second time today I've been called a quitter.
Well?
I'm not a quitter. It's just that I can't get mathematics through my head. I guess I'm too dumb.
You're not dumb, Danny. And I don't think you're a quitter.
Oh, but it makes me ashamed to be such a dud with those written exams.
More ashamed than to know you're a quitter?
Okay, I'll stick it out.
Now you're talking sense.
I've just left Major Elliott's office, and I've arranged for you to have special tutoring.
Well, then he's already told you about me breaking regulations?
Yes, he told me everything. And I've persuaded him to forgive you on certain conditions that he'll discuss with you.
There you are, hothead. Now you know who our real friend is.
He's busy for a half hour, but then he'll see you.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Bolton.
I know how you feel, Danny. And I've just got time to catch my plane. Now, you see the Major. Good luck to you. So long, boys.
Goodbye, Mr. Bolton.
Goodbye, Mr. Bolton.
Goodbye.
I've told you repeatedly I know nothing of any chart showing the location of the caves. As far as I'm concerned, they've never been found.
Perhaps your friend Bolton has the chart of Anchorban I want.
Bolton? He doesn't know any more about it than I do.
Boy, I wonder who conked him over the head.
Now that I've told you of the chart, I must see that you do not live to tell your friends.
So you expect to get rid of me the way you did Hill?
Major Elliott. Are you hurt badly, sir?
I'm afraid so.
We better get a doctor.
No. No time for that. Go to George Bolton. Take a plane. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Tell him the Black Hangman is on his way to kill him. Wants the chart of Anchorban.
He's dead.
We better call the police.
Hello.
The line's been cut.
The first thing we've got to do is take a plane and warn Mr. Bolton, like the Major said.
Hey! You can't take that plane!
that's what Quinn meant when he said we couldn't take up this plane.
Nothing to set down on but rocks and mountains.
There's a railroad down there. That ought to be flat enough to land on.
Yeah, watch out for those wires.
From the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corps men. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. Deep in the future lay, a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Now, you boys aren't helping Scrapper and Danny any by refusing to tell me what you know.
We don't want to say anything, sir, until we see Mr. Bolton.
Very well. I'm flying to headquarters. You'll come with me, and I'll send you to Mr. Bolton.
The telephone line's been repaired, sir, and the operator has Mr. Bolton for you.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Bolton. This is Captain Carson. I'm calling from Major Elliott's office. I have bad news for you. He's dead. Murdered.
Murdered? Who did it? The Black Hangman? What? Scrapper and Danny? Why, that's impossible. They wouldn't murder anyone. Besides, the Major is their best friend.
Major Elliott's secretary saw Scrapper and Danny come from the Major's office. They've run away in a training plane.
Hey, you can't take that plane.
Sounds like we're out of gas.
I guess that's what Quinn meant when he said we couldn't take up this plane.
Nothing to set down on but rocks and mountains.
There's a railroad down there. That ought to be flat enough to land on.
Yeah, watch out for those wires.
They're looking for us. Yeah. Maybe if we pretended we were hurt, they'd give us a lift the rest of the way into town.
No, they'd ask us a lot of questions.
We've got to get into town to warn Mr. Bolton about the Black Hangman. Major Elliott said
The baggage car's open.
No
sign of anyone around.
Pilot must have bailed out. Let's get going. Number 10 is right on our heels. Aboard!
I hope we can square ourselves for wrecking that plane.
Don't worry about us. Mr. Bolton's the one.
Aboard!
Look, mister, we're only trying to get to town.
Yeah, we haven't done anything wrong.
How'd you get in here?
We crawled in when you stopped back there.
There, Cadets, eh? You must have been in that plane crash.
We ran out of gas.
Well, the conductor's got to hear about this.
Well, now, wait a minute, mister. We're trying to get to town to save a man's life.
If the conductor finds out about it, he'll make us hang around and tell the cops about the plane crash.
Well, what's the beef? I thought you said you didn't do anything wrong.
We didn't, but the cops will take up so much time that, well, maybe by the time we get there, our friend will be dead.
Yeah, what's going to happen to him?
The Black Hangman's on his way to kill him.
The Black Hangman? Listen, are you trying to rib me? I'm not going to lose my job for giving you two guys a free ride. Come on.
Nice going, Scrapper. Here goes nothing.
No, we are stuck.
Oh, no, we're not. We'll hitchhike or walk if we have to get to Mr. Bolton.
Mr. Bolton.
Jake, zombie. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Where's Captain Carson?
He's at headquarters, but he's coming over here.
He's bringing Mr. Galt with him. They'll be along any minute.
Aren't Danny and Scrapper here yet?
No. And I haven't heard from them. I'm worried. I thought they'd come to me.
Something must have happened. I'm sure they wouldn't go to anyone else.
Well, they'll fly here like homing pigeons. I guess maybe they...
Well, Arthur, you and I are the only ones left now.
The only ones, George. But I understand the Black Hangman didn't kill Bill Elliott.
Who did it then? I'm sure the boys are innocent. Is this Captain Carson?
Yes, Mr. Bolton, I'm glad to meet you.
Same here. The three of us will tell you anything you want to know.
Thank you.
There's nothing to tell. The last time we saw Danny and Scrapper was when we were going to go to bed.
That's right, after Mr. Bolton left. Danny was feeling swell again. He was sure Mr. Bolton would fix everything.
That doesn't sound like a murder, does it, Captain?
No, but suppose they saw Elliott. He told them even you couldn't help them.
If it were true, it isn't proof of murder.
It's a motive. Collins and McKay were the only strangers at the office. They left their fingerprints on a bookend used to knock out the secretary. They were seen running away from the crime. They stole a plane in which to make their escape. 2 and 2 add up, Mr. Bolton.
Well, this time it adds up to the wrong answer. Danny and Scrapper wouldn't murder anybody.
I'm sure of that. And when we have a chance to talk to the boys, I'm positive that they can prove their innocence.
Have you any idea where they might be found?
Sooner or later, they'll try to find their way here. Although if they're guilty, none of us will ever see them again.
Well, if they should get in touch with you...
Don't worry. We're as anxious to have this cleared up as you. I'll advise them to have a talk with you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. I think that'll be the best thing to do.
You think the boys will come here, George?
Of course they will.
Won't it be dangerous with the police watching the place?
Danny and Scrapper are too smart to run into the cops.
They'll probably come through that door. It leads into the basement of that old warehouse on the next street.
We was holding out in that basement when we first ran into Mr. Bolton.
Well, George, I've got to go. I'm late for an appointment.
See you later, Arthur.
Gee, Mr. Bolton, I'm getting worried. I wish we'd hear from Danny and Scrapper.
Hey, wait a minute. The police think we killed Major Elliott. Oh, that's bad.
Oh, it ain't good.
Maybe we ought to tell them we didn't do it.
That chance we have of making them believe us.
What'll we do, take a run-out powder?
Not till we've seen Mr. Bolton.
Oh, the cops will be there waiting for us.
Cops or no cops, we've got to tell Mr. Bolton about the Black Hangman.
Hiya, fellas. What took you so long to get here?
We had an accident.
Am I glad to see you two?
Don't believe everything you read, Mr. Bolton.
We knew you didn't kill the Major. Of course we didn't. It was that Nazi spy, the Black Hangman.
And he's after you next.
The Schwarzenegger, eh?
Yes. That's Dr. Henker. Oh, yes, sir. Yes. I don't know, sir, but as quickly as he can. Very well, sir.
Now what's up?
You and Tanner are to grab a truck.
The truck what for?
Der Schwarze Henker believes there's less chance of its being trailed.
He's smart. He's acting just like we want him to.
Yeah, but the Black Hangman isn't smart enough to know he's hanging himself.
And that we are holding the rope.
Yeah.
But Kopenfuhrer, why do you take these risks? You have Gestapo agents for such work.
Who knows anything about us except that we're Gaull's pilots? That's why we took the job. So his reputation would protect us. And Gaull really has a good one.
I have told you before, Bruder. Finding the secret of Ankerbahn is far too important to be left to underlings. Das Reich holds me responsible. Relay a report of our progress to Berlin. Where do I pick up the Schwarze Henker?
He'll be waiting for you and Tanner in the alley next to the old warehouse on Front Street.
Front Street? Isn't that near Bolton's?
Yeah. That's the truth, Mr. Bolton. That's just what happened.
Well, it certainly doesn't give us much to work on to prove your innocence.
I'll say it doesn't.
I guess it would have been better had you stayed with Elliot until the police came.
Maybe it would, but then we couldn't have warned you about the Black Hangman.
Police department, give me the 7th precinct.
Don't call the cops. We were going to the cops after seeing you. But now, with them thinking we killed the Major...
All the more reason for giving yourselves up. And we're going to tell everything. This is George Bolton. I'd like to speak with Captain Carson. Oh. But when he comes in, tell him the 2 cadets that he wants are at my place. Yes. Major Elliot said that the Black Hangman was after a chart of Ankerbahn.
That's right.
Well, we'll have to get ready for our unwelcome visitor. Danny, get my gun out of the drawer and put it on the desk.
What are you going to do?
If it's a chart of Ankerbahn the Black Hangman is after, we'll have to try to oblige him.
Do you not know the meaning of Schnell, Corby?
We got here as fast as we could. I wish you wouldn't pull that phony German accent on me.
Well, it sounds all right to me. How do you know it's phony?
Just take my word for it, Tanner.
Well, that's just what I've been doing, but I'm getting suspicious. How's for you telling me all about Ankerbahn?
I can't, because I don't know myself. But the Schwarze Henker does. And he's going to tell me. After that, you won't ever have to worry again.
That's fine.
And here's where we turn back.
But I thought you said you never found Ankerbahn.
We didn't. But evidently the Black Hangman thinks we did.
And you're going to use the chart to make a deal with him?
No, Zombie. I'll show it to some people who might be the Black Hangman, and then hope that he steps into our trap.
Just so you're not the bait, Mr. Bolton.
Sounds like a good idea. Ought to work out swell.
I think it will. At least it'll give us a chance to get the Black Hangman where I want him.
Not a chance in this world, Herr Bolton. Line up against that desk, all of you. Your own gun, Herr Bolton. How very thoughtful of you.
Those cadets are at Bolton's right now. Step on it.
And since you claim to know nothing of the chart, I have told you too much of Anchorman to allow you to live. So, you are going to join your friends.
He's dead. The cops. Now they'll think we killed him, too.
Not if we catch the Black Hangman first, they won't.
Open up loud and break it in.
Search the house.
Tarpaulin!
Boy, was that a close one. Let's get this tarp off.
Hey, look!
Still following us. Turn in that alley. We get the speedboat.
Save your bullets. We'll get closer to him with a boat.
What boat?
That one over there.
They got a faster boat. Won't do them any good. We're gaining on them. Get one of those grenades and let him have it. Look out! We're gonna hit that buoy!
Treason, the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corps. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. He plans a future age, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. The future age, a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Well, search the neighborhood where that sedan was found. Those kids are bound to be around there someplace. Notify me as soon as you find any trace of them.
Came as soon as I got your message, Captain Carson. It was quite a shock. I can't understand why anyone would murder poor George.
Especially when the suspected killers are boys.
Boys?
Yes, Mr. Galt. The evidence points to Cadets Collins and McKay again.
Nonsense, Carson. Why, George Bolton was the best friend those boys had.
Carson speaking. What? Headed across the lake toward the border? Radio the Lake Patrol to keep a lookout for them. Four cadets answering the description of Collins and his friends were seen leaving the main wharf in a speedboat.
The boat won't do him any good. Keep after him, Danny. We gotta catch those guys to prove it was the Black Hangman and not us that killed Mr. Bolton. Get one of those grenades and let him have it. I'll take care of Danny.
Look at this. The last scene, all four boys were wearing the well-known khaki-colored uniform of the Elliott Air School. Two of them were wearing mechanics' coveralls over their uniforms. That means we'll have to ditch these clothes and get some others.
But where? They'd turn us in the moment we walked in the store.
Say, we've got plenty of clothes at Mr. Bolton's. It's our only chance. We'll hide out in the warehouse basement and watch our chance to sneak in.
I still can't believe those cadets would kill George. Why, he was the best friend they had. He took them off the streets, gave them a home.
I agree with you. There's something about these murders that doesn't seem quite right. There's more behind them.
You mean you don't believe the boys are guilty?
I don't know. Mr. Galt, what do you know about Anchorbond?
Anchorbond? Well, 7 of us went to Africa in search of the caves. One of us, Professor Mason, whose daughter met him at the car, disappeared without a trace.
Mm-hmm. Nothing more?
Nothing other than the fact that we never found the caves. Why do you ask?
Because, Mr. Galt, you were the only one of those 7 men still alive.
Yes, I've thought of that, and I'm taking precautions. But surely you don't believe...
I believe all these murders have some connection, and Anchorbond is the only clue that ties them together.
But 3 of the men were killed by the Black Hangman.
Has it ever occurred to you that these boys might be working for that Nazi spy?
Yes, it could be. It's a favorite Nazi method to persuade misguided youth to do their dirty work for them.
Well, my theory might sound fantastic, but if you see any of those boys...
I'll let you know at once, of course. Oh, where can I get a hold of you? Headquarters?
I'll be here for several hours. I want to look over Bolton's papers very carefully.
Again? Yeah, I'm speaking. Yeah. We'll be there in 10 minutes, sir. No, sir, we won't keep you waiting. Call the upstairs apartment. Tell Colby to meet me at the car. Black Hangman has another job for us.
Where are we to meet Schwarzer Hanker?
In that same alley on Front Street.
Oh, must be making another visit to Bolton's.
But why? Bolton's been disposed of.
Yes, but Schwarzer Hanker still believes Bolton had that chart of Anchor bond.
Let's hope he finds it.
Yes, Ron. When he does, he will have put the noose around his own neck.
And we will be promoted for our great service to the Reich.
Park the car in that alley. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, come through this basement to Bolton's workroom. There you go. Pardon the mistake, Herr Capitan. I was told I would find him here.
Mr. Galt left some time ago.
That is fortunate for him. It gives him a few more minutes to live. I see you were looking over the papers of Herr Bolton, Nine. Perhaps you found something my accomplices overlooked.
Accomplices?
Yeah, the 4 cadets for whom you and the police are so futilely searching.
Cadets, eh? And you admit you were associated with the boys in the murder of Bolton?
He was dangerous in my mission to the Reich.
Why? He had nothing to do with war production? Or could the connection be Anchor bond?
Anchor bond? Why do you say that?
These maps and this chart I found.
Watch him close, Jinx, while I call the cops. The cops? Sure, if we turn the Black Hangman over to them, then they'll know we didn't kill Mr. Bolton and Major Elliott.
Okay, but first I want to see what this guy looks like.
Don't touch him. Strap those guns. Lay down on the floor. Faces down, all of you.
Dumb cooks. It took you long enough to get here.
You're lucky we got here at all.
No, Ram. The police will take care of them for us. Tie them up. Police headquarters. This is the Black Hangman. Yeah. The young cadets who assisted me in eliminating the heads of your war industries, you will find tied up in Bolton's office. I have no further use for them.
Did you find the chart to anchor bound?
No, I did not.
Hey, Danny. What is it? I got a pair of wire cutters in my right hip pocket if you can reach them. I can't.
All right, you can get up now. Did you liquidate Carson?
Don't be ridiculous. I left him alive to protect Mr. Galt, the eminent patriot. From the Black Hangman.
And the cops will take care of the kids.
Mr. Carson has information that they're traitors working for the Black Hangman.
That should leave us in the clear.
Yes, we can now work without any interference from the police, while they waste their time convicting those cadets of murder.
Where to?
Drop me off to pick up my car. Then go out to the airport to get Tanner. He's bringing in my other plane.
Did you fellas hear what they said about this chart?
Sure, but what if they did find it? It's a fake.
Yes, but perhaps Mr. Galt can use it to trap the Black Hangman like Mr. Bolton intended to do. You fellas get your clothes and bring mine. I'm going to call Mr. Galt. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Galt? Oh, can you tell me where I can find him? It's important. The airport? Okay, thanks. Captain Carson. Captain Carson. Is he dead? No, just knocked out. Get the first aid kit, quickly.
But why? The cops are coming here. They'll find him.
Then that's true if we don't get out of here. Yes, but we can't leave him in this condition.
Did you get Mr. Galt?
No, but they said we might find him at the city airport. We'll use Mr. Bolton's car. It's in the garage. We can get rid of these cadet uniforms on the way.
Here you are, Danny.
The cops.
Say, how are we going to get by the cops at the airport?
We're not going by any cops. We'll wait right here for Mr. Galt. We know his car. We'll stop him when he leaves the airport.
I hope Mr. Galt gets here pretty soon. My stomach thinks my throat's cut.
What time was Tanner supposed to reach the airport?
Should be there when we arrive. Tanner's lost control.
Hey, that plane's in trouble.
Looks like he's going to crash.
It's one of the men we chased in that motorboat.
How did those cadets get here? I thought we had them tied up at Bolton's.
It's more of those guys that were with the Black Hangman.
Yeah, they mean business. Let's get out of here.
We should let the ambulance take him.
Not with those snoopy cadets hanging around. We'll take Tanner to his apartment.
Hey, they don't know we've got this car. Let's follow them. Maybe they'll lead us to the Black Hangman.
How about waiting for Mr. Galt?
No, if we can find out where they live, it will help Mr. Galt run them down.
How you feeling, Tanner?
A little groggy.
We'll drop you off at your apartment, and Ram and I will go on to headquarters. Get Dr. Bauer, he'll fix you up.
We'll keep after that sedan. Interstate Manufacturing Company. Closed for the duration. You know, those signs look phony to me.
Could be the hangman's headquarters.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Jinx and I'll go back of the building, see if we can enter in through the fire escape. Scrapper, you and Zombie go around that side and see if we can get into the basement.
Looking for someone? Get inside.
Cadets. They must have followed us from the airport. I told Colby we shouldn't stop to let Tanner off, even if he was hurt. I gave them a chance to catch up with us.
I don't know about that, but I do know I caught them snooping around outside.
Watch them closely. Colby, run upon two of those cadets spying around the lab. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll hold them.
Why didn't we discover this before?
Yeah, then we wouldn't have had to climb up 10 flights on that fire escape.
We'll take it up to the top floor and work down.
It seems to be the only way we can find them.
Colby will be right down.
So good.
from the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corvettes. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future ace, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. Deep in the future ace, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
And the police declare that they now possess definite proof that Danny Collins, Scrapper McKay, Jinx Roberts, and Zombie Parker are implicated in the murders of Major Elliott and George Bolton.
I'm afraid that does it. Even though I still think they're innocent. I never knew the boys as well as Major Elliott did. But I do know they thought the world and all of him and worshipped George Bolton.
Major Charles Gray's office. No, this is his secretary. Just a minute. It's Captain Carson, sir, calling from Bolton's.
Major Gray speaking.
I just wanted to know if Bill Elliott ever mentioned a place called Anchor Bond to you. He didn't, eh? Now, that's all for the present, sir. Thank you.
What is it now, Captain?
Thanks for coming over so promptly, Mr. Gull. I've looked over Bolton's papers thoroughly and failed to find any reference to Anchor Bond. I wish you'd look over them to make sure.
Well, you know I'd be only too glad to do anything I can to help you, especially if it'll help those boys.
They'll need help. They definitely seem to be working for the Black Hangman.
What? How's that possible? Where are they?
I don't know. But I'm afraid they're at some Nazi hideout.
Colby will be right down, sir.
Good.
Why didn't we discover this before?
Yeah, then we wouldn't have had to climb up 10 flights on that fire escape.
We'll take it up to the top floor and work down.
It seems to be the only way we can find them. Anymore. Say, Danny, wasn't that an explosion we heard?
Yeah, and it came from down below where Scrapper and Zombie are.
Do you think we ought to take a chance in this crate?
We've got to be sure. We're taking the stairs.
Right.
Out the basement entrance.
Wait a minute.
If they get away?
They'll scatter. The odds favor at least one out of the four is giving us. We better put out the fire.
Fire's burning itself out. It's only chemicals. It looks worse than it is.
Yes, but those boys will bring the police here.
I know that, but I think we better use the time before the police arrive to fix a surprise for them.
Well, there's nothing about Anchorbound in these.
I was afraid you'd say that. It's possible the Black Hangman or the boys took such records, if there were any.
What makes you so sure that the Black Hangman is interested in the caves of Anchorbound?
Because when I mentioned the name to him, he denied ever having heard it. But I could tell by his excitement he was lying.
I'd say he has them.
Why?
Well, that's why he doesn't need the boys anymore and tried to turn them over to the police.
Good reasoning. By the same token, the boys can't know much, or he wouldn't dare let the police question them. Carson speaking. Who did you say? Cadet Collins. Yes?
Yes, sir, that's the place. That's where you'll find the Black Hangman's headquarters. What did Captain Carson say? He's going there right now.
Well, swell. Let's just go, too.
No. We've got another lead. This is the address of the man we saw in that plane accident.
His name's Tanner. Zombie and I heard one of the men talking about him.
We'll pick up Tanner while the police pick up the other three. Is that it?
That's what we're going to try. And then we'll take Mr. Bolton's fake map of Anchorbound to Mr. Gault. If we don't catch the Black Hangman this time, we never will.
But, Captain, the boys are probably leading you into a trap.
I don't think so. I believe they're out to get revenge on the Black Hangman for trying to get rid of them.
Well, one thing is certain. If the boys' tip is right, it'll give you a lead on the Black Hangman.
To him and the boys. If you don't mind the risk, come along.
I'll gamble. Well, there's been a fire here recently, but nothing serious.
Well, Gault, I guess I'm it. I expected a trap, not the oldest gag in the book. Those boys tricked me into coming here.
Oh, I see what you mean, so they could go to Bolton's. Well, what do they want there?
That's what I'm going to find out.
I'll have to take a rain check. Do you mind dropping me uptown?
I'll be glad to. It's on my way, and thanks for everything.
Not at all.
We'll be awful lucky if the police don't spot us before we get there.
I know it, but what else can we do? It's the only way we can get to Tanner.
Our trick worked better than I thought.
Yeah, it fooled Herr Gault as well as Captain Carson.
Right now, I wouldn't mind the police picking us up. They'd give us a ride. If you want one that bad, we'll give it to you.
Have you located Bolton's chart yet?
No luck. If it's still in existence, those boys must have it.
That's why I'm here. I think I know how to put my finger on them. I'm pretty sure they know where Tanner lives. And Tanner will sell us out in a minute. Maybe I'd better pay him a visit.
Good idea, Corby.
Here it is. Tanner's on the second floor, 212. Up we go. Wait a minute. We don't know what we'll run into. Scrapper, you come with me. Zombie, you watch out here, and Jinx cover the alley.
Right.
I hope we get proof we didn't disgrace the Flying Cadets.
You're not hoping any more than I am, Scrapper.
Hello, Tanner speaking. Oh, hello, boss. What? No, I haven't seen anything of those kids. You think they know this address and will come over here? Well, if they do, your worries about them will be over. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, bye, boss. Who is it? Like a light.
Hey, we better search this place.
Yes, and it's lucky I came as fast as I did. What happened?
Two of those kids came, said they were messengers.
Where did they go?
Must have got out the back window and down the fire escape.
Listen, Turner, I want to talk to you. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, I'm not dead yet.
You always wanted to know about the caves of Anchorbarn. Well, here are the facts. Galt is the only man who knows the way to them.
Yeah, him and that map.
Don't worry about the map. I know what's in those caves.
That must be the Black Hangman.
If it is, he thinks the map is real. That's one good thing.
It's worth more money than you can count. We could use some of it, couldn't we?
Sure, but how do we get it?
Easy. Grab Galt, show off in his own plane, and make him take us to the caves.
Say, that sounds like a cinch. Tell me, what's in those caves?
Never mind that. It's something Germany has to win the war.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. I know.
Now, you listen to me, Corby. I'm an American. Most guys would say I'm not a very good one because I've done 3 stretches in the big house. But I'd spend the rest of my life there standing on my head before I'd sell out to that Hitler mob.
That's the way you want it?
That's the way I want it.
That is the Black Hangman. And we can't do a thing. Sounds like he's gone. Well, there's one thing you have to hand this man Tanner. He wasn't a traitor.
Yeah, I know, but let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. I want to phone Mr. Galt.
Hello. Danny Collins? Where are you?
That doesn't matter, Mr. Galt. Can we come out and talk to you? You're in danger. The Black Hangman is a man named Corby, and he's planning to kidnap you. Okay. And if Zombie here hadn't gone into a store to buy gum, we might have even captured Corby ourselves.
Corby must have left that hangout you warned Captain Carson about just before Carson got there, and then came to Tanner's just after you did. One thing is certain, Corby is a Nazi, and he's probably the Black Hangman. What about that map he was so interested in?
Well, we've got it, but it's a fake. Mr. Bolton told us so when he was drawing it.
He planned to use it as bait to catch the Black Hangman.
I see.
Why worry about that phony map? If you can help us get Corby, everything will be cleared up.
Well, we can handle him easily enough. I'll just phone the police to pick him up.
Why, do you know him?
I should. He's my pilot. He was to fly me to Bridgeport this afternoon. I'll have you boys do it instead. That'll protect me and keep you out of the hands of the police until Corby's captured.
Well, we'll sure take care of you, Mr. Galt.
Good. Now run down to the garage and get my car out while I phone the police.
Hello, Carson? This is Galt talking. Yes, listen, I think those boys are hanging around my office.
I'll be right over.
Thank you, Captain. City Airport. Arthur Galt speaking. Is my plane gassed? Auxiliaries and all? Fine. Will you warm up the motors for me? Thank you very much.
Kidnap. The boys. Plane. City airport. Get me to the city airport right away. Has Mr. Gall's plane left yet?
Yes, about 15 minutes ago. He had 4 young fellows with him.
Where's your phone?
Right inside.
Carson talking. The boys wanted in the Black Hangman case have just abducted Arthur Gall and Gall's plane. Get after them. They've got about 20 minutes start on you.
Head east by south.
East by south. That'll take us out over the Atlantic.
I know it. I'll explain later. For the time being, take my word for it, it's all right. I never planned to go to Bridgeport.
Okay, Mr. Gall, if you say so. This doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Gall. There's nothing but ocean out this way till we hit Africa.
That's where we're heading. You boys are coming with me instead of Corby and Raum. I received a letter from Professor Mason this morning. It was delayed. I think that's what the Black Hangman is really after.
Gall is a good enough lawyer to be in the Gestapo.
Tells me how to get to the caves of Anchorvine. We're going to find out what makes them so valuable that Germany wants them.
With Corby in jail and us helping you, I'll more than square things for us back at the school.
That's the least I can do to justify George Bolton's faith in you. In the meantime, we might as well make ourselves comfortable.
You can make yourself comfortable, Mr. Galt. We need you. Brown, take over the controls. Set the automatic pilot.
You heard what he said. Get out.
You shouldn't have telephoned the field about your plane if you wanted to keep your takeoff a secret. Sit down.
The automatic pilot said east for Africa.
Open that door.
Get me one of those parachutes.
Throw it out. Now follow it.
Without parachutes?
You won't need parachutes. The water is soft.
Are you kidding?
Jump!
When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation's here, the world begins. The naval was where the air was there. Here come the air cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corps men. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink. But tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future ace, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the air cadets. The future ace, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the air cadets.
The
United States Army Station WA-A10, answering United States 22 MI. Come in, please.
Thank you, Sergeant. Be on the lookout for Arthur Gall, prominent consulting engineer in war work, and his pilots Corby and Raum, abducted in Gall's plane. A transport type capable of flying to Africa, where it is believed headed. Also, check your files on the Black Hangman anchor bond case for description of 4 young Nazi agents, suspected abductors. That is all.
The police don't suspect Raum and me of being Nazis, but they know you 4 are, that you abducted Herr Galt.
They know you're the Black Hangman. Mr. Gall told Captain Carson before we left.
He did, huh? Dumb cop don't know we are in this plane, any more than you did.
The automatic pilot set east for Africa.
Open the door. Herr Galt is going to show us how to reach Anchorban. Get me one of those parachutes. Throw it out. Now follow it.
Without parachutes?
You won't need parachutes. The water is soft.
Are you kidding?
Jump!
Zombie, quick!
Galt calling. Galt calling. Come in, Galt.
8 east, 6 south, latitude 8.
Galt, come in. Come in, Galt.
Shut that radio off.
Come in, Galt. Galt, come in.
Galt played right into our hands when he broadcast our position to the police. When we reach Africari Islands, I'll crash the plane there.
And these boys will be found dead in it. Sure proof they are the guilty ones, nicht wahr?
Yeah. And as for Herr Galt, that depends upon how he cooperates. Lock those boys into the rear compartment.
Into the rear compartment.
To begin with, my name is not Corby. It is Heiger. Karl von Heiger, Gestapo.
I'm not surprised the boys warned me. That's why I told Captain Carson about you.
Those boys think you told Carson. You didn't. But I will tell them you are really the Black Hangman.
They won't believe you. Try it. But why didn't you tell me you were Gestapo? The Germans are my only customer for Anchorban.
The Third Reich never buys what can be taken.
I see now why you encouraged me to conceal my real motive. By blaming the murders on the Black Hangman.
The police believed it. They still don't think Anchorban is important.
5 men murdered. For what?
So that you could be sure they hadn't received a letter from Professor Mason telling him the real value of Anchorban and how to get there. As I wanted the same thing, I'll let you do my dirty work for me.
Aren't you overlooking the fact that possibly Bolton did get a letter from Mason?
I know you, Herr Galt. You would never have left without it. Unless, of course, you destroyed it after memorizing it. In order to sell the Reich, the secret route to the escapers of Anchorban, you first had to convince us of their value. I wonder what Professor Mason and his daughter, your prisoners in Anchorban, will say when they see me instead of you.
Let me assure you, Corby, I haven't taken this gamble to sell out now. Merely in exchange for my life.
You arranged for those boys to be blamed for your abduction so that you could give me the slip. I am now arranging it so that they will also be blamed for your death after I have demonstrated how the Gestapo makes people talk.
Corby's gone to the radio. I wish we could hear him.
Eiger, calling Gestapo headquarters Africa. Eiger calling Gestapo headquarters Africa.
Gestapo headquarters Africa answering Heiger. Go ahead, please.
Let me speak to Gruppenführer Klott.
Yes, Heiger, this is Klott. What is it? How about Galt? Will he take it to Ankaban?
Galt is on board plane here with me. Don't worry about him. Contact one of our submarines. Order it to stand off Afrikiri Islands, 20 miles due south Rombo.
Raum and I shall bail out, and the submarine can take us the rest of the way.
Bail out? Why not try to land the plane here? We could use it. How about Galt? Come in, please.
Explanations are unnecessary, Herr Klott. Report back to me after checking with submarine. Signing off.
All the month I spent trying to get to Ankaban. It is Heiger who does it, and Heiger will win promotion.
But yours was the harder task, sir.
The Gestapo doesn't ask how hard it was. Only if it succeeds.
Yes? Yes? For you, sir.
Contact the U-47. It's in these waters. And arrange the rendezvous with Heiger as he ordered. Yes? What? I'll be right there.
Mr. Hargrave is on his way here now.
Well, he'd better hurry. Some jungle cat's really clawed this native.
Gestapo headquarters Africa calling U-47. Gestapo headquarters Africa calling U-47. Come in, U-47.
U-47, answering Gestapo headquarters Africa. Go ahead, please.
What he said, Mr. Hargrave. His name's Waba. Comes from some place called Anchorban.
Missy Mason with Waba on the Ratanga Jungle Trail. Waba lose. Simba come. Fight with Waba. Waba fight Simba. Missy Mason lost on the Ratanga Jungle Trail.
Waba, you come from the caves of Ankaban with Professor Mason's daughter?
Yes, Bwana. Ratanga Jungle Trail.
Ankaban? Professor Mason's daughter?
Yes, but Miss Mason's in danger if she's in the Ratanga Jungle Trail.
I'll send help.
At once. Take this native to my office. If he survives, you may have more to tell us about Ankaban and Miss Mason.
Miss Mason. Your man got through to us.
She's in good shape. We'd better hurry and take her back to the mine. Here.
Look out for the arm. Have you got her?
Boy, oh boy, wouldn't I like to get my hands on an automatic right now?
I could do just as well with a bed slant.
Are you going to tell me how to get to Anchorban, or must I be more persuasive?
Very well, Corby. I can stand your beatings, but not this.
Let me remind you that I shall take you with me on the route you reveal. And if you haven't told me the truth...
Well, of course I'll tell you the truth.
I am sure of it, Herr Galt, but I'm not going to take your word for it. Brown.
There must be something we can do. Well, if I knew the way to Anchorban, I'd tell Corby no matter what Mr. Galt said. Boy, you've got something there, Zombie. Sure I have. What is it? Mr. Bolton's chart.
Oh, what a letdown. It's a phony. He made it himself just to catch the Black Hangman.
Danny knows that as well as we do, but Corby doesn't.
That's just the point. Corby will think it's okay. Has anybody got a match?
Yeah, here.
Burn it right there.
Well, some of the natives out here to take Waba's spot at Tweed's tribe. Did you say any more before he died?
Nothing except repeating the name of the girl.
And how is for that Mason?
She believes us to be Americans and is grateful to us for saving her life. Unfortunately, she collapsed from the strain and exposure. Our plot is with her now.
Miss Hargrave? Miss Hargrave?
Yes, Andre?
Oh, was that you, Miss Hargrave?
Yes, my dear. And Mr. Hargrave is here, too.
I want to thank you for saving me.
We Americans must stick together, Miss Mason, now more than ever.
Did Robert tell you about my father?
He told me your name was Andre Mason, escaped from Anchorban, where your father is held prisoner.
I want to. Please, wait. Miss Hargrave,
Andre. Andre.
She would have to pass out just when she was going to tell us about Anchorban.
Oh, she's very weak, Herman.
She can die for all I care, as long as she speaks first.
But not before she speaks. Let us hope that next time she'll be stronger.
Next time. My career depends on her speaking now, so they can put that Schweinhund Heiger in his place.
Ernst is in the telephone, Herr Platt.
Yeah? Submarine U-47 has just reported, sir. Flying off Rombo, 20 miles south as ordered, is keeping lookout for parachutists. Shall I call the plane?
They won't think we're trying to trick them now, Danny. They'll figure we just can't stand it. They'll be figuring right.
You come out of it. Next time we won't give him so much current.
Will you let Mr. Galt and us go if I tell you how to get to Anchorban?
It is very noble of you boys. I suppose it's what you call the American sporting instinct to want to help Herr Galt. But Galt, Mason, and his daughter are the only 3 people alive who know the trail.
Mr. Bolton knew. That's why he was killed. He gave us a map. You know, the one you wanted.
Yeah, that map. I want it then, and I want it now. Who burned this?
I did. After I memorized it.
So you hold back the knowledge I need in order to bargain, do you? Brown.
Yeah, Heiger.
Lock Galt in the rear compartment. We'll put this smart boy in his place.
Contact Heiger.
You Nazi gorilla, Danny doesn't know anything. I've been trying to tell you that map's a fake.
Seem to mean what you say.
Gestapo headquarter Africa calling Heiger. Gestapo headquarter Africa calling Heiger.
Urgent, important. Come in, Heiger.
Heiger, answering Gestapo headquarters, Africa. Go ahead.
Heiger, this is Club.
Daughter of Professor Mason has escaped from Ankaban and is with us. She thinks she is amongst American friends and is going to lead us to the caves.
Congratulations, Herr Club.
We are just about at rendezvous with U-boat 47. Signing off.
Herr Klott, why do you need Heiger?
I don't, Ernst. Tune in, Berlin. Perhaps he will obey them even if he treats my orders with contempt.
Release him. Then lock that door. If this plane is found, it will look as if you boys had got your prisoner. There are no more parachutes, but you can jump if you wish. Otherwise, I have set the automatic pilot, so this plane will crash in the Rombo Mountain. Heavy landing.
I can't get going out of the rear compartment. The door's locked.
We haven't got a chance. We're coming down fast.
Yes, and that Smoky Mountain is coming up fast.
Hey, we're going to crash into its crater.
From the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corvette. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air, the nation cheer, the world revere. The men who once were the Air Cadets. These men the future aid, a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air, the nation cheer. Well revered, the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Gestapo headquarters, Africa, calling Berlin. Come in, please.
Berlin answering Gestapo headquarters. Africa, come in, please.
The daughter of Professor Mason has escaped from caves of Ankaban and is with me. I've informed Heiger. He has changed his plan. He is bailing out of Gulf's plane. Submarine U-47 is standing by off Rombo Island to pick him up.
If this plane is found, it will look as if you boys had got your prisoner. There are no more parachutes, but you can jump if you wish. Otherwise, I have set the automatic pilot, so this plane will crash in the Rombo Mountain. Heavy landing.
I can't get going out of the rear compartment. The door's locked.
Coming down fast.
Yes, and that Smoky Mountain is coming up fast. I come that close to curtains again, you will, Zombie, in just a few minutes. Look, we're out of gas. Brace yourselves for a crash landing. Well, I hope that's all for now. And that's all for a long time. We hit just right to slow our progress instead of nosing up and really getting banged.
You mean you set it down just right?
I agree with that, Scrapper.
Me too.
If we can bring help here by the radio, Mr. Galt can explain everything.
Yes, and the flying cadets won't believe we've disgraced them.
Yes, and all we need to do to make everything perfect is to find out where that secret Nazi headquarters is so we can rescue that Mason girl and clean up the Anchorbound mystery.
We have broken surface. You can use the radio. But as I told you, be as brief as possible. You'll take your chance of being spotted by the coastal reconnaissance. Of course.
U-47 calling Gestapo headquarters, Africa. U-47 calling Gestapo headquarters, Africa.
Gestapo headquarters answering U-47. Come in, U-47.
I'll take it. Start speaking. What is it?
Tiger speaking. Raum and I are safe.
From Berlin, I shall report as soon as I arrive at your mine.
That will not be necessary, Hager. I've already reported to Berlin.
Oh, we can't send with us. Something's jarred out of commission.
Apparently we can receive with it anyway.
These are your orders, Hager. You are to return to America. Come in, please.
But I was assigned to find the lost caves of Anchorbound. Come in.
Berlin agrees with me that you are no longer needed now that Professor Mason's daughter has agreed to take me there. Let me speak with the captain, please.
Captain speaking. Come in.
Admiral, the orders from Berlin and Wilhelmstrasse 77.
You are to return to America at once and take Raum and Hager with you.
All planes based on Rombo and other islands will receive their supplies by air transport from our Takari depot instead of from you.
Rombo? Hey, that's the island we're on now, isn't it?
Instructions received.
That is all.
Hager will not rise to promotion over my head.
Well, there it is. All we need to hear except the location of those Gestapo headquarters.
Well, those heinies called their headquarters the Takari Depot, didn't they?
Yeah, but what are we going to do about it? We can't even send a message.
I'm not so sure about that, Jinx. We know there's a German plane on this island, don't we? If we can get to its radio...
I follow you, Danny. But don't forget the Nazis know we're here, too.
That's what's worrying me.
I was about to say it's possible the Nazis will send a party to investigate this crash.
Well, finding us in the jungle won't be as easy as finding our plane. Let's take a walk. Maybe we can find their plane.
Schweinhund. I risked my neck to locate Anchorbound, and now...
What is all this fuss about the caves of Anchorbound?
Oh, an American named Mason discovered helium there. Another named Galt found out about it. Imprisoned Mason, and he's trying to sell the invaluable deposit to us.
Why pay when we can take it?
Only because until today, nobody except Galt could tell us how to get to those African caves.
That's why we were sent to America, to force the secret from Galt.
Ach ja, ich verstehe Sie. This Mason's daughter will lead Klott to the caves, believing him a friend. And Klott will be promoted, nicht wahr?
Ja.
Das ist nicht so gut.
Just our luck.
Shot put the radio out of commission, huh? Well, what do we do now?
There's just one thing to do, Scrapper. We're taking this plane to Africa. Get the others. We're moving.
Hurry up, fellas. We're moving.
of navigation charts I found, but they're all in German.
I can read them.
There's a lot of space back there for cargo.
You didn't see any drums of gasoline, did you?
No, they must have unloaded everything before we took over. Haven't we got enough gas?
About enough to get us to Africa.
Say, this chart shows the location of the car depot.
Point it out to me, please.
Right there.
We haven't enough gas to make it.
Don't you think we should turn south and land down the coast?
Yes, I do. That'll leave us a little gas in case we need it for an emergency, and take us off the route of the German transports from the island to the depot.
You're right, Mr. Hargrave. The sooner you help me rescue my father, the better.
That's why, Miss Mason, I suggested that you draw a map.
By the time you feel yourself again, Miss Mason, I'll be back in the caves of Ankaban with your father.
All right, I'll do it. But I've got to speak to somebody from United Nations headquarters before you leave.
Yes?
There are 2 men here to see you, Mr. Hargrave. Very important.
Excuse me, please. Raum? Heiger? What are you doing here?
Orders, Herr Clark. U-47 delivered us. You have to take us to the Dakari depot at once.
Berlin believes that the English have learned about our supply systems.
I see. We would have no chance of taking over this territory if they knew of our secret depots.
That's right. Which would also compel us to operate Ankaban secretly, always running the risk of discovery and seizure.
We will leave at once. We should get to the Dakari depot by late tonight.
You don't mind introducing me to Andre Mason, do you?
On the contrary, I intend to introduce you, but when we return.
Why not now?
I'll explain on the way to the depot. I'm sure you'll approve. May I ask a question?
Certainly. What is it?
Galt and the boys. You're sure they're out of the way?
Yeah. Those boys died believing me, the Black Hangman.
Ach ja, the Schwarze Henker. but you were, weren't you?
No. It was Herr Galt.
Galt? We better stop at the depot.
Where we get off, isn't it? Won't be long now. We shouldn't land in such open country. How about the radio?
I can't do anything with it.
If I might suggest a plan, why don't you boys investigate the Dakar depot while I try to fix the radio?
That's okay. Then if Dakari is the secret hideout where the Nazis have Andre Mason...
You come back here and we'll radio United Nations headquarters and they'll fix everything, including Anchorban. Then you boys won't have to hide from the authorities.
We'll do it. We've got 2 German Lugers, haven't we?
Yeah, and some extra clips of ammunition I found.
Fräulein Mason is sleeping?
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to speak to you before. What was it Herr Clark wanted you to tell me after he left with Heiger and Raum?
When he returns, he will introduce Heiger to the Fräulein as an intelligence officer from United Nations headquarters.
Ah, so. And I'm to tell Fräulein Mason that Herman has gone to meet such a man. So she will be expecting him, huh?
Ja, und dann she will give us the map to Angeban after she talks to him, you see.
And after that, what happens to Heiger and Raum?
Herr Klapp will claim they tried to run off with a girl to keep the secret for themselves. What could he do but shoot them?
Jawohl. Mein Herman is a better Nazi than even I suspected.
Danny's navigation is right, and I think it is. This should be Dakari.
Swell. Where are the Nazis and Miss Mason? Up trees? Hey, fellas. You hear that? That's Takari Depot. Maybe it is. Those men on Heine's, they're natives.
Something seems to be doing over there. Hey, that's an English officer.
Yeah, and he's not there because he wants to be.
This secret depot system is interesting, Captain Sheila. And the men dress as Arabs to conceal their identity.
That is not a question, Captain Hartley. Your native troops ambushed one of our caravans. Where are they?
So you didn't find them then? I'm glad to hear it.
They were not where you told me.
And how many minutes do you give me to decide whether to lead you to them or to be shot?
5 minutes, Herr Captain.
Scrapper, you and Jing try to rescue that Britisher when Zombie and I distract the attention of the Nazis.
Right.
He will not tell us what we want to know in 5 minutes. Shoot him. Now take him away.
Are those 5 minutes up? 3 to go, but I'm going to start firing ahead of time. Hey, Danny, what do you want? There's ammunition in these boxes. Boy, this'll really start something. What is it? Black powder. Hey, we can use this for a fuse. Have you got a match? Yeah.
Stay where you are. Go on, drop him. Scrapper, untie the captain.
As far as I'm concerned, you're a miracle. You came from nowhere just at the right moment.
Our buddy started the fireworks down there to give us a chance to reach him.
Zombie!
We found some black powder.
Yeah, we heard about it.
Yes, sir. Take this Luger. We'll hold off the Nazis until you're able to get to your men.
Good. And that won't take long, thanks to you. They're much closer than the Nazis suspect. Thanks, boys.
A young lady by the name of Andre Mason here.
Nicht verstehen. Seien Sie die Waffen! Drop those guns! So you're the ones who destroyed our ammunition, eh? What was that you were saying about Fräulein Andre Mason?
Caravan! Caravan! Caravan!
Where did you come from? And why did you ask for Fräulein Mason?
Caravan, Herr Kapitän.
Caravan? Sehr gut. So Hartley's men did not ambush it after all. You're responsible for these fools. I want to question them again before I shoot them.
Captain Sheila, you will surrender in the name of His Majesty the King. Use tear gas. Put on your mask.
Tear gas!
We can't go in those caves without gas masks.
Let's find a spot we can watch from. It's a good idea. Then when the fight's over, we might be able to locate the Mason girl.
Mason is here, and this Dakari Depot is the secret Nazi headquarters we're looking for. Those British down there are going to fix up all our troubles for us.
From the Air Cadets, the man who soon will be the Air Corps man. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. He plans a future age, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. He planned the future age, a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Where did you come from? I escaped from Dakari Caves. Escaped? From whom? What happened? The British are attacking Dakari. They surprised us and took all the clothes from one of our caravans they captured. They are disguised like we are. And were aided by 4 Americans, dumb cops. 4 Americans? Soldiers? No, civilians. What became of them? I don't know, sir. The fight is still going on. What are you doing? Deserting? No, sir. I was ordered to go to Calucci to tell you what happened. Go back to your commander and report you've seen me. Jawohl, Herr Klott. Round. Go back to Calucci. Or the Gustav to have our radio warn the other depots of this attack. Jawohl, report. I wonder where those 4 Americans came from. Who they are.
Let's get as close to the caves as we can.
Yeah.
Use tear gas. Put on your mask.
Tear gas.
In those caves without gas masks.
Let's find a spot we can watch from. It's a good idea. Then when the fight's over, we might be able to locate the Mason girl.
Mason is here, and this Dakari Depot is the secret Nazi headquarters we're looking for. Those British down there are going to fix up all our troubles for us. Is anybody hurt?
Yeah, my feelings are. Those Nazis made us eat dust.
We've got to find a place where we can get under cover.
Hey, where's Zombie? He told me to tell you to wait here till he got back.
I hope he comes back.
Where did he go? I don't know. He said he had an idea or something.
Zombie won't have to worry about us waiting here. We'll have to till this battle's over.
Maybe we ought to try and break through to the English.
Not with those crazy Nazis between us and them.
Sure looks like we're licked all right. Hey, look what's coming. Oh, hey, it's me. Look out. Hey, where'd you get these clothes? I took them off some good Nazis. What do you mean, good Nazis? Dead ones.
Zombie, sometimes you show real horse sense.
Sure I do. I was bred in old Kentucky, son. Oh, come on, fellas. Get out the chatter. Let's get into these rags. You know, we may have a chance to get by the Nazis with these outfits.
What about the British?
We'll surrender to them and reveal our identity. Come on. Let's go. If we run into any Nazis, we'll keep our mouths shut, join up with them, and watch our chance to escape. Come on, let's go.
Wir haben uns geschlagen. Wir haben die Zigarren auf. Schnell, heraus!
We've got to join them. What are they saying, Danny? Search me. Sounds like the British have licked them.
Los! Die Engländer haben uns geschlagen. Schnell, heraus!
Now what happened?
The British have licked us. Are they still in the caves?
No, sir.
They've already left for United Nations headquarters, taking with them all of our equipment and most of our men prisoners.
Schweinehunde. Did you find out who the 4 Americans were?
They were young boys. We captured them, but they escaped.
4 boys.
You don't suppose that Galt's plane could have...
Not a chance. Galt's plane was wrecked with Galt and those 4 cadets in it.
Herr Klott, can we return with you to Kaluchi Mine? I have no room for you at my headquarters. Return to your own base at Zambaka. I'll radio Berlin what happened. Gehen Sie. Jawohl. Laufen Sie heraus! Alles!
If we could overtake Pat and Heiger, we could tail them to the Nazi headquarters.
The wise thing to do is to get back to that plane. If Galt has the radio fixed, he can notify United Nations headquarters. Yeah, and they'll blow that Kaluchi mine right off the earth. Hey, let's see that compass, Scrapper. Good, now. Let me see. The plane's in that direction, and we should reach it by daybreak. You ready? Let's go.
Berlin has been calling you on the radio, Heiger.
Oh, they want my report on the Dakari case. Where's your radio?
I'll show you.
How did you make out at Dakar,
Not so good. I'm greatly worried.
What happened?
I'm not so sure that Heiger's report was true, that he disposed of Galt and those 4 American cadets.
That would be terrible.
It certainly would. If Galt is alive and here in Africa, we don't stand much chance of getting possession of Anchorban.
That's exactly what happened, Mr. Galt. And that's why we should notify United Nations headquarters to destroy the Nazis at the Kaluchi mine.
Now listen, boys. Your patriotic gesture at the Dakari Caves will be greatly appreciated by the United Nations. But it'd be dangerous just now to let them know that Kaluchi is the Nazi headquarters.
Well, why?
Because Heiger, the Black Hangman, is there. And you've got to get Heiger alive before the United Nations put him out of commission.
You're right. If we ever hope to clear ourselves of that murder charge they chalked up against us back home.
Andrew Mason could help you convict the Black Hangman. If you could get her away from Kaluchi and rescue her father from Anchorban.
That's a big order.
How are we going to find out where this Kaluchi is?
By this map we found.
That's our answer, fellas. We've got to rescue Andre Mason and get Higer.
That's the spirit, and while you're gone, I'll finish repairing this radio. Good luck.
Thanks, we'll need it.
That is right, Ernst. I want you to keep a record for me of all radio communications between Hager and Berlin. Yeah. Thank you. Well, Herr Klotz? Yeah?
You must see Fräulein Mason at once. She insists upon seeing you and the man you're going to bring from the United Nations headquarters.
You told her he was here?
Yeah?
And now I'll introduce you to our one hope of finding Ankerband. Miss Mason, may I present Captain Corby of United States Army Intelligence from United Nations headquarters.
Captain Corby, I'm so glad you come to help us.
Mr. Hargrave here has told me of your own and your father's harrowing experience at Ankerband.
Well, it was pretty horrible.
Why didn't you give the chart to Ankerband to Mr. Hargrave so he could rescue your father?
Because my father made a discovery there that would be of immeasurable value to the United Nations. And he warned me to reveal it to no one but them.
What could there be at Ankerband so valuable to the United Nations?
Helium, Captain Corby.
Helium? Helium is, of course, of great value to any nation.
Its greatest value to us is keeping the enemy from getting possession of it.
Yes, that's why it becomes vitally important for you to give us the chart at once.
But don't you see? You won't need the chart. I could take you to Ankerband.
Oh, indeed.
Ernst wants to speak to you on the phone.
I can't be disturbed just now.
But he says it's of the utmost importance.
Oh, very well. Excuse me, please. Ja, was wollen Sie?
Arthur Galt is calling you on the radio, sir.
Galt? Here in Africa? Alive?
Yes. He says it is of the greatest importance he speaks to you.
I'll come at once. Hager lied to us. Tell him to come to the radio room immediately.
Nazi headquarters answering. Go ahead, Mr. Galt.
Herr Klott there?
No, but he will be here in a few seconds.
Hello, Klott. This is Galt. Yes, I knew you thought I'd been killed. We'll skip that.
I want you to do me a favor.
Why should I do you a favor, Galt?
You've got Andre Mason there at the mine, and I know you'd hate to lose her.
And I warn you, Galt, I don't intend to lose her.
That's why I thought you ought to know those 4 American cadets I brought over with me are on their way over there to get her.
I don't believe you, Galt. Why should you warn me?
Because I want to get rid of them, too. And your guards can do it easier than I can.
If what you say is true, when do you think they'll arrive here?
A very short time.
Better instruct your guards now. And I warn you, they're smart, they're heavily armed, and they shoot to kill.
I'll take care of them. But don't you make any foolish attempt to get Andre Mason yourself.
I'll make sure she never leads you to Ankerband.
You can gamble on that.
So, you killed Galt, eh?
How Klott just told me.
That he is still alive? Well, he is. And those 4 American cadets are coming to get Andre Mason.
I don't believe him. Why should Galt warn you?
We'll discuss that later. I can't take any chances. I've got to instruct the guards.
Not much chance of getting over that fence.
No, but we might get around the end of it, where the hill drops down to the ocean. Scatter him. We'll meet at the end of the fence. Ready out! We've given him the slip. Hey, we're right above the ocean.
It looks like a cave running in there on the water level.
Well, let's try it. I feel bullets sticking in me all over. Maybe we can get into the mine through that cave.
What? They are they? All right.
What is it?
Brown says my men have found the boys and are driving them down towards the sea.
Oh, that ought to make it easier to finish them.
Perhaps. But they might discover the mouth of the cave that leads into the mine. I'll take care of that.
like it was built for a trail. Maybe it leads into the mine.
Yeah, you can get a pretty good-sized boat in here.
No, a cigarette butt. We're practically in the mine. Let's go on in deeper.
Well, why not? That's what we came for.
Hello, what? They're coming along number 3 drift.
Get them into the chamber at the bottom of the abandoned shaft near the tailing dump.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Inside.
He's locked the door. We sure got ourselves in a swell mess now. We gotta find a way to get out of here. Sure, sure. What do you think we are, gophers?
Hello, what? They're locked in a dead shaft.
They're good. Stand by, Heinrich. I'll have Gustav finish them off.
Right.
What are you going to do with them?
There's a big dump of tailings on the ground floor near the mouth of that shaft.
Tailings? What's that?
Crushed rocks and dirt.
From the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corps. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink. But tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. my navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers for the revere, the men who once were the ever there.
One thing certain, this mine is a Nazi headquarters, and this tunnel leads into it.
Yeah, but they wouldn't keep the Mason girl in the mine.
No, but it's the only way we can get into the place to rescue her from Heiger.
Boy, are we stepping into it. Nazi headquarters in Africa, Andre Mason, the key to Anchorban, and Heiger, the Black Hangman.
Guards from Anchorban followed you here, Andre. They're trying to reach you through the mine. If they get in and abduct you, what chance would we have to rescue you or your father? We wouldn't know how to get to Anchorban.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, I see now why Captain Corby wanted me to draw that chart.
You've made a very wise decision, my dear. I'll be back soon. Have those boys been captured yet, Ron?
No, they got into the mine to the sea cave and on one of the Lord Red. Don't worry, they'll never get out.
Good.
Hello, Clark. They're coming along number 3 drift.
Get them into the chamber at the bottom of the abandoned shaft near the tailings dump.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Inside. He's locked the door. We sure got ourselves in a swell mess now.
Hello, Clark. They're locked in a dead shaft.
They're good. Stand by, Heinrich. I'll have Gustav finish them off.
Right.
What are you going to do with them? There's a big dump of tailings on the ground floor near the mouth of that shaft.
Tailings, what's that?
Crushed rocks and dirt.
Yeah, Herr Clark. Those boys are dead and buried.
Sehr gut, Heinrich. I'll send the elevator down to you.
Where do you think you're going, you second-rate Himmler? Get his gun, Scrapper. Now, you're going to show us where the elevator is.
Try to contact Gold by radio on his plane. Tell me he doesn't have to worry about the 4 American cadets and Andre Mason anymore. They've all been killed. And that I am compelled to do business with him.
I understand. You're baiting a trap for him.
Yeah. And that I'll meet him any place that he likes.
What's the matter? Don't you know where the elevator is?
Oh, you shouldn't have hit him so hard.
Yeah, now how are we going to find the elevator shaft?
It'll be quicker to bring him to.
I let enough tailings fall into the shaft to bury a regiment. I know. Heinrich has already reported by telephone. I'm going to the office. Gustav, take the elevator to the bottom and see if Heinrich's report is correct. Then come back here with him. I'll wait for you. Jawohl.
Heiger. I have been looking for you. I've just seen Galt.
Galt here?
Yeah. Apparently he sneaked in while the guards were hunting for those boys. I saw him go to the essay office.
Guten Tag, Jakob. We meet again.
Not the way I'd hoped, Tiger. I prefer meeting you after I visited Miss Mason.
Ah, yeah, Fraulein Mason. She also knows the way to Anchorban. She's going to lead me there.
Hadn't I better shoot him?
Not just yet, Brown. If the girl fails me, we can make golf talk. Time up.
Listen, you crowd stuffer. The next time you start something, you won't ever come to. Now take us to that elevator. Well, what do you know? He hasn't got a gun.
All right, it's your turn. Show us where the elevator is.
Hey, what about this one? He's out cold.
Then we better tie this honey up.
Sure, after he shows us where the elevator is.
Don't move or make a noise, Miss Mason. Ah, that is good. The map how to get to Anchorban. Now, Fraulein Mason, I will not need you any longer.
Drop that gun. Andre, go to the elevator shaft and tell Mr. Hargraves to come here at once. Sit down at that table. Put your hands on the table, palms down.
What are you stopping here for? We'll have to run into an army of those guards. You're right. We better do a little investigating before we go up top.
All right, Ern. Maybe Galt has left his plane for a while. Try calling him a little later.
Yeah.
Hargraves! Mr. Hargraves! Your wife says to come quickly. There's a man in there in a black mask. He took the charge.
The charge?
The one I made showing the way down Caban.
Two of my men are coming up the elevator now, Miss Mason. You stay with them until I call you.
Did you hear that? Miss Mason.
Are we in luck?
Yeah, but who's this Hargrave? Don't you remember Mr. Galt told us that's the name Klatt uses? Here goes. Miss Mason.
Who are you?
You would know if I told you, but we've come to get you out of here before Hargrave kills you.
Before he kills me? Well, Mr. Hargrave and his wife are my friends.
You mean to say you don't know who he is?
Well, of course I know who he is. Mr. Hargrave's the manager of this mine.
He's Herman Klatt, a German.
Yeah, Gestapo.
This is really a Nazi spy station. He's the head of it.
You don't know what you're saying. He's an American, and what's more, he's going to help me rescue my father
From Anchorban, that's what he told you. But he isn't going to rescue him. He wants you to lead him there, then he'll kill you both.
Oh, and I suppose Captain Corby from United Nations headquarters, who's here with him, is going to help him murder my father and me.
Corby? Since when has Corby become a captain in the United States Army? Well, Corby's real name is Heiger. He's a Gestapo.
Yes, and he's also the masked man, the Black Hangman.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to, Miss Mason. We'll prove it. Just take us to Klatt.
All right.
Now I can understand why Ernst couldn't find you at your plane, Herr Galt. Heiger! You told me Galt was the Schwarze Henker. You plan to take the map and kill the girl, and then blame it on Galt after murdering him.
It's Heiger.
That's the man Mr. Hargrave introduced to me as Captain Corby.
Colby was the alias he used in the United States. Now are you convinced?
You would have done the same thing if you had thought about it.
You're a traitor, Captain Calvin Heiger, to the Fuhrer and the Third Reich.
Oh, stop, you fool!
Drop those guns, Vorklant.
Schwein.
Well, it looks like I arrived just in time.
Did you see the Mason girl?
No.
We must find her.
Not so fast, Heiger.
Here's the chart.
Heinrich! Come help me! Those cadets, they've got to get clapped!
Oh, we won't need this. You got a match?
All right, Rom, we're taking you to United Nations headquarters.
They'll give you a medal for killing the Klotz. And then they're going to shoot you for being a Nazi spy.
And you're going back to the United States. That Black Hangman's coat you're carrying will convict you of the murders you try to pin on us.
You dumbcuff. Galt, he's the Schwarze Henker. I got this coat from him.
That's a lie, Heiger. Mr. Galt is one of our best friends.
No, you're mistaken. Well, that can't be. Galt's the man who imprisoned my father and me at Ankaban.
That's hard for us to believe, Miss Mason. But I guess you ought to know. Well, where's Galt now?
On his way to Ankaban.
All right, then. We're taking you through the mines to the sea cave.
There's a boat down there that's made to order for us.
Let's get started. Come on. Into the other room. Let's go.
There muss diesmal nicht entkommen. Der nix.
Stand back.
Never not through the French windows.
They'll head for the elevators and try to escape through the sea cave. Telephone Hans to rush his guards down there and head them off.
Jawohl.
Heinrich, get some ammunition. Follow us into the mine. They've reached the lower level. Bring the elevator up.
Hans is taking his guards down to the sea cave.
Good.
Well, looks like we made it.
Yeah, sure does.
This is it, all right.
Sea cave must be down there somewhere.
It isn't a subway, it's all right. Look at that torpedo.
Never mind the torpedo. Let's keep going.
There they are. It looks like they got us.
My ammunition's about gone.
Mine's all gone. Keep back. They'll try to rush us.
Hans, have you come with aboard?
Ja, Gustav. We are watching this end.
We haven't got a chance.
Come out with your hands up, you young idiots. It's your last chance.
We might as well get shot in here as out in the open. Yeah, we'll take some of you Jerrys along with us.
That's it, we'll rush you.
Come ahead.
Are you ready, Hans?
Ready, mein Herr.
All right. When I give you the word, rush him and shoot to kill.
Achtung!
If you try to rush us, Heiger, I'll throw a slug into that torpedo and take you all with us.
Kill yourselves to get us? I don't believe it.
It would be worth it to smash a Nazi subbase.
They might do it, Heiger. Those flying cadets have got plenty of nerve.
Is it worth killing the young lady you came to protect? Come out with your hands up, and we promise she won't be harmed.
All right, Heiger, you win. Here we come.
The Nazi's word means nothing to me.
Is that your last word?
Yes.
When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation's here, the world revered. The men who once were the air are there. From the air cadets, the men who soon will be the air corps men. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink. But tomorrow we fly, we'll be rolling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation's here, the world revered. The men who once were the air cadets. Flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation's here, the world revered. The men who once were the air cadets.
Well, Carson, what about our missing cadets?
I had that radio from Africa confirmed.
Then the boys are in Africa.
Yes, a message from United Nations headquarters stated that our description of the 4 boys tallied exactly with that of 4 young Americans who came to the rescue of their Captain Hartley.
Another strong point in favor of the boys' innocence. What are you going to do about it?
I'm taking a special plane for Africa this morning. I'll go direct to United Nations headquarters.
And you're bringing those boys back with you to this school to get their wings?
If that is possible, yes.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Subway's all right. Look at that torpedo.
Never mind the torpedo. Let's keep going.
There they are.
Looks like they got us.
My ammunition's about gone.
Mine's all gone.
Keep back. They'll try to rush us.
Hans, have you come in aboard?
Yeah, Gustav. We are watching this end.
We haven't got a chance.
Come out with your hands up, you young idiots.
All right, Tiger, you win. Here we come.
The Nazi's word means nothing to me.
Is that your last word?
Yes.
Kid, she got the worst of it. The concussion knocked her cold.
Tiger's gang out in sight, and I guess the explosion knocked out the other guards.
There must be a first aid kit on that boat in the cave. Andre's in pretty bad shape.
I was afraid I'd find you all dead.
Oh, one of those Dummkopf exploded the torpedo. When we get some air back into our lungs, I think we'll be all right.
I don't see any guards.
They're either dead or still running.
Well, that's a break.
We can go up the coast to Gulf's plane.
What for? It's out of gas.
Hey, wait a second. What's in these drums? It's gas.
We can refuel the plane, fly to United Nations headquarters, and tell them about this Nazi hangout.
Scrapper's right. Load it in the boat. I'm going back for Andre.
Let's see what happened to those dumb cuffs.
Miss Mason. I wonder what happened to the others.
Probably buried in the wreckage.
Tiger and his gang are alive. They found Andre. No, you take the boat and do like we said we were going to do. I'll stay here and try to get her away.
If you stay, we all stay.
It won't do any good. There's too many of them. Get the plane and fly to United Nations headquarters for help.
Keep that motor at half speed so it won't make too much noise.
She'll come out of it all right. What are we going to do? See what happened to Hans and his guards. Gustav, take her to the radio room.
There they are. I see the boat.
Is that you, Hans? Is that you, Hans? Answer me!
Yes, this is us. Is that you or not?
Then open her up.
That's not Hans. It's those cadets. They've outsmarted us. They're taking 2 drums of gas. And they refuel their plane and report their station to United Nations headquarters.
Maybe we can reach a plane ahead of them.
We must. We cannot allow 4 ignorant kids to upset the plans of the Gestapo. Still have Galt a prisoner. We'll make him lead us to the plane.
How are we going to land this gas through the surf?
We won't have to ride the surf. There's a lagoon cuts in not far from the plane.
I could have told you that.
She's still out, huh? Call the guard at the gate and tell him to bring a first aid kit here at once. Stand guard till he comes. Then meet me at Clark's office. Yeah.
There's one way those boys might stop you, sir.
How?
They may radio United Nations headquarters from the plane before you get there.
Tune in the United Nations. If the cadet tried to reach them, jam the air with static.
The explosion put this radio out of commission. I may be able to fix the other set in the smelter room.
All right, fix it.
But it will take some time.
All right. Don't let that call go through.
No, sir.
Why don't someone answer this phone? Hello? Stay where you are. We gotta get out of here.
you catch up with the four cadets?
Not yet, but we still got Andre Mason.
And she's going to lead you to Anchorman.
When she's physically fit. Right now, you've got to help us. Those cadets are on their way to your plane to radio United Nations headquarters.
They'll do it, too.
You've got to show us where your plane is. It's as much to your interest as mine to stop those snoopers.
Okay, I'm going to do it. Give me back the coat.
Frau, I leave you in charge here. See that nothing happens to the Mason girl and get that radio fixed.
Yes, Heiger.
What did Gold say United Nations headquarters was?
220, wasn't it?
I could have told you that.
Boy, Gold sure put this radio in good shape.
Jinx and I'll go find some buckets and get the gas up here.
Calling United Nations headquarters. Calling United Nations headquarters. Come in, please.
United Nations headquarters answering. Who is calling?
This is U.S. Flying Cadet McKay. One of 4 Americans just escaped from a bunch of Nazis at Colucci Mine.
Wait a minute. I'll try to tune out the static. I can't hear a word.
Calling United Nations headquarters. Calling United Nations headquarters. Come in, please.
Hey, Scrapper, did you get him?
Yeah, but I couldn't get my message through. There's too much static. You know, we may have to fly this crate to United Nations headquarters.
That means more gas. Come on, Jinx. Yes. We may be too late to help the kids. We lost a lot of time sneaking around guards. That's a radio antenna. Hey, it's a disappearing antenna.
Calling United Nations headquarters. Calling United Nations headquarters. Come in, please.
United Nations headquarters answering an identified call. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm calling from a grounded plane here.
You wait here. Tune out that interference. Tune it out, I said. Get that call through yet?
No, somebody's gumming up the channel.
I'll bet it's that Heiger bunch back at Colucci.
Oh, stop wasting your time with that radio. Let's finish gassing up. Let's lock this door. There's no key. Will you see that no one comes in while I hunt for United Nations headquarters on the radio? I'm calling from a Nazi shortwave station down the coast. They're holding me and an American girl prisoners. We took over the radio, but we can't hold out long. Can you send help?
Yes, but who is this speaking? Who are you?
Cadet Collins, one of the 4 Americans who helped your Captain Hartley at Dakari Depot.
All right, Cadet Collins. We have Captain Hartley's report. We'll send a truckload of soldiers.
It would take too long. We can't hold out. It's a fueling station for submarines with plenty of guards.
How about planes?
Oh, they couldn't land, sir. It's too rocky. There's nothing to do but bomb it.
If it's a submarine station, we'll do it. What's your location?
We're at a mine. I don't know the exact location.
There are several mines down there.
How can we identify it?
They have a disappearing radio antenna, sir, and when I hear the planes, I'll start raising and lowering it.
Good. We'll send British bombers. Request Flight 3B to take over. The English can reach Colucci before our planes return from patrol.
Yes, sir.
Must have reached the United Nations headquarters by radio.
There they are.
Inside, quick!
There they come.
They're raising and lowering the antenna.
Cadet Collins calling Cadet McKay. Cadet Collins calling Cadet McKay. Danny Collins calling Cadet McKay.
McKay answering Cadet Collins.
The bombers are here. Do you hear them?
Yeah, and Hanger's gang is here. Do you hear them?
Hanger and his gang attacking the kids. Can you hold them off till I send help? Scrapper! The plane's on fire!
No, the plane's on fire. If we stay in, we get roasted. If we run out, we get shot.
Hang on somehow, Scrapper. We'll get help to you. Scrapper! Scrapper, do you hear me? Daddy!
From the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corps men. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink. But tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. He plans a future age, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. The future age, a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Flight 3B calling headquarters. 3B calling headquarters.
Headquarters answering 3B. Have you located objective?
Yes, sir. It's the Calucci mine. The Collins boy is raising and lowering the antenna of the hidden radio, as he said he would.
Then there's no doubt it's a Nazi base. Proceed as ordered.
hear that?
Tiger, didn't we hear some planes go over a while ago?
United Nations planes. They're bombing the mine. Those cadets radioed to United Nations headquarters.
I'll take care of things here. You better get back to Colucci.
We gotta get out of here and try to reach the boat.
Yeah, you said it. Come on.
They're heading for the brush. Get after them.
Any guards inside?
I haven't seen any yet. Maybe they figure we're dead. If they do, it's a break for us.
What do you mean?
Maybe we can make it to the elevators without being spotted.
Oh, I see. Go through the mines to the sea cave.
That's right. If we do get through, we'll beat it for the plane to help our friends.
Head back to Colucci. You two take the shortcut and beat them back.
Not bad going so far.
There's Hiker coming back to the plane.
Alarmbeschwerfer, let's dort liegt er.
There's no use trying to get to the plane now.
Well, maybe he took your friends prisoners.
Not a chance. He wouldn't act that human. Well, there's just one thing left to do.
Whatever you say.
We've got to get to United Nations headquarters so you can tell them how to get to Ancarbon and rescue your father.
Yes, but we can't get to the elevators from here. Those men will see us.
You're right. Well, we've got to get to the back shaft. We'll climb down the ladder to the first tunnel level and snag the elevator there.
How badly hurt is he?
My legs are smashed. The Hiker. The pain. It's terrible.
You are useless to me and the Gestapo.
They chased the Hiker. No! No! No!
Did they fix radio?
Yeah, Hiker.
Get all Gestapo secret papers from the mine office.
There's the sea cave entrance. When we get in closer, throttle the motor down.
Nazi headquarters, Africa, calling das U-Boot. Nazi headquarters, Africa, calling das U-Boot. Come in.
Hiker. He must have come straight here by the elevator. Well, that's a break for us.
Yes, but he's using the radio, which means it must be fixed.
Hiker, Gestapo speaking. Colucci was discovered and wrecked by enemy bombers. Warn all U-boats assigned to this base. Bring him here early tonight before British arrive to pick up munition and fuel dumps. Come in.
We'll relay orders to others. Anything further?
Nothing. I'm leaving now with all papers and men.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to be here when the British come to mop up this place. Get away from that radio. Come on. Here. If he makes a false move, plug him.
After studying Captain Hartley's report, I can hardly believe that those boys who risked their lives to save him at Dakari are associated with Nazis.
Now, their record in Africa, Colonel Lee, is certainly different from what it was in America.
Captain Carson, do you mean to tell me that the Gestapo uses boys for agents?
Well, we can't be sure until we've questioned these young men.
Frankly, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Glad? Why?
Strangely enough, I believe we've been in contact with those boys again today.
Contact with them? Personally, you mean?
No, by radio. And they've done us another fine service. Colonel Lee. Yes, what is it?
This is Cadet Collins at the Colucci mine. Miss Mason and I got away from the Nazis, and we just captured Hiker, the Gestapo boss here.
Hiker? Do you know anything about him?
Yes, sir. He was called Corby back in America.
Corby? I know him. He's Galt's pilot.
We came in on Hiker just as he was radioing all U-boats in these parts to come here tonight by the sea caves to pick up munitions and fuel.
We'll be there, too, with destroyers, planes, and death bombs. Good work, Collins.
Wait a minute. Have him put Miss Mason on.
I was just going to have Miss Mason speak to you. Danny, that's really why I called you. You're right. Come on. Miss Mason can tell you how to get to Ankarbon to rescue her father. He's a prisoner there. Now wait till we change places. All right, Andre.
Oh, Daddy.
Collins, can you hear me? Collins.
Gee, fellas, you got here just in time. I thought Heiger had...
Stop thinking you can get Andre on that radio.
Oh, too bad you couldn't have been a little quicker. One of the shots wrecked it.
Ah, that is good. There is still a chance for the Thresh to get Ankarbon.
Shut up, you underdone sausage. Not a chance, Heiger. We'll rescue Andre's father ourselves.
Calling Colucci mine. Calling Colucci mine. Calling Danny Collins. One of those shots must have got that radio, sir.
Heiger's trying to escape. Hope Collins got him. That boy doesn't sound like a murderer to me.
Well, appearances have favored him and his friends before, but American evidence remains against them, and I must depend on evidence.
I'd like you to talk to Captain Hartley.
I want to. Where can I reach him?
He's over at the English Division of Headquarters, a few miles east from here. Of course, you'll get the facts when my men bring back Collins and Miss Mason, if they're not dead.
Have you had any luck in your search for Ankarbon?
None.
There's something there that the Germans want.
Then it must be Professor Mason. We know the caves are worthless.
Yes, Professor Mason may be the key after all, but we had every reason to believe him dead.
I gather from what you say that you have definite information about the caves, their location, and so forth.
Yes, from papers and snapshots found in the effect of Arthur Gall, an American who has evidently been to Ankarbon. Could I have the use of a plane, sir?
Of course. But if you're planning on finding any underground ruins, you're wasting your time.
Hold that receiver so we can all hear. And you say exactly what we told you to.
Gustav. Ja, Heinrich. Ja.
Send all guards down to the sea caves by way of Cliff Trail. Tell them to move all fuel and ammunition in one cave and blow it up.
Ja, Herr Heiger.
Then take the truck and back it up to...
What are you doing here, Randall?
We're searching for Andre Mason, sir. She escaped from Ankarbon.
How'd that happen?
Oh, it was Waba's fault. He was on watch.
Skip it, I know where she is. You're taking us to Colucci. You go in through the main gate. Randall, you and your men wait here and be ready for a quick getaway. I'm going to get Andre Mason.
Okay, Mr. Galt.
Gustav. Ja, Heinrich. Ja. All the torpedoes and explosives. Ja.
Get rid of that gun!
Give me those papers.
Sure obeying your orders. There goes your munitions and sea caves.
Get into that truck, Heiger.
Andre Mason.
Duck, Andre.
Look, the Gulf guards at Ankarbon.
Anybody hurt?
Everybody's okay, Skipper. Full speed ahead. That station wagon will be right on our tail.
Get in the car, quick. They're heading for Anchorban. We gotta stop.
Car comes around that bend, well, you know the answer. Now, Andre, how far ahead is that trail to Anchorban?
About 500 yards.
All right, Hiker, here's where you move fast. On your way, Kraut, and step on it.
Come on, men. Get that case out of the way.
This is the trail to Anchorban.
Here, take this. You may need it. Jinx and I'll stay here and try to hold back Goff and his gang.
Get out of the car. Too bad you didn't break your neck.
Well, either hit the truck or go in the ditch. What do we do?
Shut up, you big lug. You let those kids outsmart you.
All right, move, honey. Move.
Stop. Stop those guns and turn around.
Captain Carson.
Where are Collins and Roberts?
Back on the trail, covering us. Oh, this is Andre Mason. We're on our way to Anchorban to save her father.
What are you doing here, Corby?
That's Higer, Nazi agent Colucci.
I know who he is. I've come to Anchorban to help your father, Miss Mason.
Well, here are some of Higer's secret papers that Cadet Collins took from him.
I'll take those papers. Nice gun, Captain. Latest Army model. Thanks for bringing it. Welcome back to Anchorban, Miss Mason. Your father'll be glad to see you. You folks came to have a look at our caves, didn't you? Go right ahead.
It's funny they got so far ahead of us. If they're lucky, they're in Anchorban by now.
Father's still alive. Keep going straight ahead. Upstairs, the whole bunch of you. I'm afraid you won't like it here, Captain Carson. Miss Mason, your father's waiting for you inside. Inside.
There's something you should know. 2 boys are covering the rear of this body.
I'll take care of them. I'm putting you in a cell by yourself.
Hey, look. I guess Galt got here first.
It wouldn't be guns lying here if he did. It was the guards that got them.
I didn't think Zombie and Scrapper would let the guards take them.
These will come in handy when we take the guards.
Let's try the trap door. That'll take care of the two that are following. I'm going in and work on the Mason.
Which way now? Through that door, I guess.
Somebody make him stop it!
Andre!
From the Air Cadets, the men who soon will be the Air Corps men. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets. Deep in the future aid, a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the Air Cadets.
Report from Colucci Mine, sir.
Put it on loudspeaker.
Go ahead.
Motorized Troop 7 reporting. Colucci in our control. Have learned from captives that Collins, Miss Mason, and Heiger, and as the agent, are on their way to the caves of Anchorban. They have been joined by Parker, Roberts, and McKay.
Report received. Thank you.
Any further word from Captain Carson?
No, sir. Not since he reported he thought he had located the entrance to the caves and was going to try a landing.
He should have checked bearings. We don't know where to locate him.
He wasn't in any trouble, sir.
Not then, but how about now? Suppose he met up with that party from the mine.
I'm afraid you won't like it here, Captain Carson.
From what I've seen of Anchorban, it's very interesting.
Take a good look. It's your first and your last. Miss Mason, your father's waiting for you inside. Inside.
Something you should know. 2 boys are covering the rear of this party.
I'll take care of them. I'm putting you in a cell by yourself. Let's try the trap door.
That'll take care of the two that are following. I'm going in and work on the Masons.
Which way now? Through that door, I guess.
Somebody make him stop it!
Andre! Boy. Hey, maybe you could reach that floor trap standing on my shoulders.
What good would it do? It probably weighs a ton. How about this door?
Locked.
Somebody make him stop it!
That's what your dad gets for you running out. He's been in here on bread and water ever since you left. Try escaping again, and I'll starve him to death. The Masons stay here. We'll put Carson and these boys in the cell with the two that fell through the trap. We'll show you how we really treat trespassers when Galt gets here. Come on. It wasn't your fault, Andre, that you failed.
I did everything I could.
Of course you did.
Just the same, I still think we ought to blast the lock off the door. We got 5 guns to do it with.
But we'll only get one chance to use them. Now let's stick to the way we planned it.
Uh-oh, something's gonna happen.
Get set, James. Everything depends on you.
All right, bring them in. Looks like the fall banged up one of them.
He's badly hurt inside. There's our 4 guns.
How do you happen to have 4 guns?
We had 5, our own 2, and the 3 we picked up on the trail. And one of them was empty, so we threw it away.
I'm sure glad you got here, Scrapper. Close to me.
Captain Carson, how did you ever get...
He can tell you all about it for a bedtime story.
Don't move. Drop those guns.
What?
Danny, we don't know how to thank you. Captain Carson, these boys aren't guilty of anything.
The Army wants evidence, Miss Mason. That's my assignment and duty. That's all I want.
Thanks, Captain. That's all we want.
Anchorban is in United Nations territory. Therefore, it's useless to Galt and the Germans once its location is known.
Yes, and if we can radio this location to United Nations headquarters before Galt gets back, everything will be cleared up.
There's a radio downstairs. The radio room is down this tunnel.
All right, James, you and Zombie stay here on guard.
I'll report to headquarters first, then put you on, Professor Mason. Calling United Nations headquarters. Captain Carson calling United Nations headquarters. Come in.
Don't move, anybody. Drop those guns. I took the precaution to disconnect the antenna, Captain Carson. I was sure Mason would lead you here, so I left the door open and waited. Where's Higer and my men?
We put your men in our cell. They know where Higer is. We don't.
So, Captain Carson, you finally caught up with the cadets.
And with you, Galt. I've suspected for a long time you were the Black Hangman, until now there was no proof.
And now it's too late. With your people my prisoners, I can be sure at last the value and location of Anchorban will never be revealed to the United Nations.
You intend to make a profit by betraying your country.
Germany will pay most.
It must be something of great value. You've already committed 6 murders to keep it a secret.
I was hunting for oil and discovered helium in the inner caves.
Helium here?
Yes, Carson, since Mason's already told you, helium. The only deposit ever discovered outside the United States.
Not knowing Galt for what he is, I told him of my discovery. He imprisoned me, holding Andre for hostage.
and forced me to superintend the installation of equipment. As you know, Captain Carson, Germany has no helium.
When the Nazis find out where it comes from, what's to prevent them from taking over? That's an old habit of theirs, you know.
I've anticipated that, too, and I'm going to give you all a choice. Death or cooperation.
What's your proposition?
My plane's been destroyed, and the men I brought over as pilots turned out to be Gestapo. I can't trust them.
I begin to understand. You want us to pilot a transport to take the helium from here to some German base.
You mean you want us to work for the Nazis?
You'll fly Captain Carson's plane to a Nazi station and pick up a transport.
I'm not so sure I like that job.
And your friends will be held here as hostages for your conduct.
Trying to scare us, huh?
Not only scare you, he'd kill us all instantly. Precisely. Send Harger to me and put these people in a cell. Think it over.
You've got to do what Galt wants so you can escape and bring us help.
If we escape, everybody we leave here gets murdered, even though we get through to headquarters.
Danny, friends don't count in war. You and Scrapper don't count. Only your country and the cause of the United Nations.
Here's some important Gestapo papers I took from him.
All right, Galt, what do you want?
Several things here, Harger. Here's one of them. Your secret code. You're going to send a message for me.
What sort of message?
A message demanding that your superiors accept my terms for the sale of helium to them.
Demanding?
Yes, and make it as strong as possible. Tell them I'm holding you as a hostage to ensure their cooperation.
Me, a hostage?
Why not? That's a very effective Nazi custom, isn't it? Sit down and get to work. And I'd suggest, Herr Heiger, that you send them in English. My German isn't so good.
Well, Danny, what about it?
We don't want to leave you here as hostages.
Now, look, Danny, you've got to consider the rest of us as expendables.
What does he mean, expendables?
That you can be sacrificed to win a battle.
That's what I thought he meant, but I wasn't sure. Well, that makes us expendables.
That's right. That is, if Danny and Scrapper can see it our way.
Well, I guess they've got us where they want us.
I know you'd do it. I have a plan to suggest. Iger, calling Sahara headquarters. Iger, calling Sahara headquarters. Answer, please.
Sahara headquarters. Answering Heiger. Go ahead.
Special code 1, 22, 14, 87, 96, 433.
I just picked up part of a strange code message, sir. It contained the name of Anchorbahn several times.
Break it down at once.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I shall tell him. Germany accepts your terms, but would much prefer buying Anchorbahn outright.
I'm not prepared to sell. Well, have you reached a decision?
Yes.
You'll help me with my plan?
Rather than be responsible for the murder of our friends, yes.
Good. 2 of my men will accompany you to Captain Carson's plane.
When do we start?
Now. Let 'em on. Don't let us down.
Don't worry, we won't.
Well, here are the 2 pilots. You and Blaine accompany them. You know where to go and what to do.
Right.
Don't attempt to use the radio on Carson's plane. It's out of commission. Mark, you go back to the caves and finish your work on the pipeline to the crater landing field. I want it finished when the transport gets here. Maybe you'd like to see the layout we got in the crater above these caves.
Very much.
Only part of that message could be decoded, sir. It confirms some sort of a deal with those 2 cadets, Collins and McKay.
Impossible.
I'm afraid not, sir. They've agreed to fly a transport between Anchorbahn and a Nazi base somewhere in the Sahara.
Sounds like treason.
The Gestapo has found it convenient to have spies follow spies.
Not a bad idea. Randall, follow Blaine, Moke, and the boys. Take the upper trail and keep out of sight. Stay with them till I get to the plane.
Hey. Is that Carson's plane?
Yeah, that's it.
Scrapper, get their gun! All right, get up. Beat it to the plane for some rope or wire, anything we can tie them up with.
You're gonna have a nice long rest.
Scrapper, get back to the caves and turn the gang loose. I'll fly to United Nations headquarters for help.
Lucky the boss had me follow you. Yeah, well, I hope you got the kid who was heading for the cave. I didn't even see him. I got the one that was heading for the plane. Swell job of covering you did. You should talk. You come with me, Randall. We're getting back to the cave. Beat it to the plane and make sure the other kid is done for.
Oh, he's done for, all right. I popped 2 slugs into him.
You better check on it, Blaine.
Where's gotten these mobs?
I don't know.
Danny's on his way to your plane, Captain Carson. He'll get to United Nations headquarters, all right.
You soldiers did better than I thought possible. How about your guards?
Tied him up. God, this thing, I can't make it work.
Give me your gun. Go to the crater and tell Gold what's happened.
I didn't think you'd ever make it.
Neither did I. Now we can beat it to that truck we left on the road and try to get to United Nations headquarters.
Hold it.
The Air Cadets, the man who soon will be the Air Corps man. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink. But tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres a man who once were the air Cadets. Future aid, a flying navigator or a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the air Cadets.
Captain Carson called in yet?
No, sir. Not since he reported he thought he'd located the caves of Anchorban. He might have had a crash landing.
Or he might be a captive. Those 4 boys were at Anchorban, so are the Masons. And we know that they and those caves tie in with the Nazis in some way.
Well, I didn't think you'd ever make it. Neither did I. Now we can beat it to that truck we left on the road and try to get to United Nations headquarters.
Forward!
You and Danny tied up?
Yes, it is, Captain Carson.
And the other one must be after Danny.
Well, Danny got such a head start, he may have gone back to Warren Gold.
The boys got away. Smoke's after the one that was beaten for the caves. Blaine's checking on the other one.
Checking on him?
Yeah, I plugged him, Mr. Galt, as he was making for Carson's plane.
That's better. We can't get out now. Galt's arrived. Our only chance is to get back to the cell and lock ourselves until Danny brings the troops. Go on.
Come on, get back to the cell.
Get Moke out of here.
They got us locked out.
And we've got them locked in. Stay here, Dragger. You and I have some business at the radio, Hiker.
How is Professor Mason?
He'll be all right. The wound's more painful than serious.
Can you hear me, Carson?
Yes, I can hear you, Galt. What is it?
My men just came back from taking care of Collins. He crashed your plane, Carson. He's dead. Tell Dracker to pick up where he left off. He'll understand. Get Bart. You'll find him at the helium mine. You two relieve Dracker.
What are you going to do with them in there?
I'm going to leave them for you Nazis to take care of. I've decided to accept the proposition your superiors made me.
Wunderbar. You're going to sell Anchorban instead of the helium produced here, is that it?
Yes. I'll tell them how to get here if they'll pay me what I ask. I've decided it's too risky to try to operate Anchorban myself.
Suppose I remain your prisoner until the deal is completed.
Naturally. What have I got to sell if you're free to tell your superiors how to get here? As a hostage, you're more important now than ever.
Sahara headquarters has accepted your proposal, Herr Galt. I have full details here how you will be paid.
Hey, I just heard Heiger talking to German Sahara headquarters.
What did he say?
The Nazis have agreed to pay Gauley's price for telling them how to get here.
Well, what about us?
We're being left for the Nazis to take care of.
Here you are, Herr Galt. You are a very rich man. Thanks for arranging things for me. Das Reich has bought Anchorban, and I shall keep the money. And perhaps even the Fuhrer will award me the Iron Cross.
Is that the Nazi version of a hero?
Yes.
You're daydreaming, Heiger. You'll never get out of here alive.
I suppose you referred to your men. They want money. If they cannot get it from you, they must get it from me.
Blaine said you wanted me to cover you.
Well, for once, you all did what you were supposed to do. Blaine, get that out of here. Backer, come with me. The Nazis won't be long in coming. With Danny gone, somebody has to warn United Nations headquarters.
Yes, but how are we going to do it?
One of us has to get out of here.
Sure, we all know that, but I still don't see how.
The trap door. Maybe we can get out the same way that Danny and Jinx fell in.
You're not telling Blaine, Bart, or Randall anything about this deal until it's in the bag, is that it? That's it, Dracker. I'm going up to Carson's plane to see if it can be fixed up. It could be very useful to us.
It sure could. What about me?
You take the car. You'll find a ditch near that fallen log. Drive to town to United Nations headquarters.
Oh, I see. That's where I meet Michaud, a Nazi agent with the cash.
Yeah, bring him back to where the car's parked now and wait for me there.
That's okay. But I still don't get it about Blaine, Bart, and Randall. They've known everything up to now.
Listen, Dracker, what'll the Nazis do the minute they find out how to reach Anchorban?
Fly to it and kill everybody they find there.
Exactly. And you and I'll split 3 more shares, won't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
Won't you be surprised when you wake up at United Nations headquarters?
taken. Now let's figure out a campaign.
They must be sleeping.
They won't get noisy till they're hungry.
Come on, don't shuffle the spots off them.
Keep your hands on the table and don't move.
Figured this might happen, that's why he took all the risks.
He made sure we'd get out of here to tell what we know.
Captain Carson isn't dead.
She's right. There is a chance. We must take him to the truck.
Well, let's get out of here then before Gold arrives with the German army.
Captain Carson's plane coming in for a landing, sir.
Captain Carson, sure?
The landing field says there can't be any doubt about identification, sir.
Bring Captain Carson in here the moment he lands.
Yes, sir.
Where's Captain Carson?
He's dead, sir. Murdered. That's Danny Collins, one of the 4 boys who murdered him in the caves of Ankaban.
Collins? Why, then he's one of the boys who helped us at the Afakiri Islands, Dakari Depot, and the Kaluchi mine.
It appeared as if he were helping you. He was a Nazi agent at the time.
We suspected as much. Take him to hospital, keep him under guard. Who are you?
I'm Arthur Galt.
I never expected to see you, Mr. Galt. We had you listed as dead.
Very much alive, in spite of Collins and his friends.
It looks like Captain Carson's worse. The strain of Professor Mason's been too much for him. I'm going as fast as I can. This bus will fly.
The officer who occupies these quarters will be back tomorrow. I'll have you put up in town. It's only 6 miles from here.
Suit your own convenience, Colonel Lee.
I want to ask you a few questions about the story you told me before dinner. You claim those 4 cadets who are wanted in the United States for murder double-crossed the Gestapo agents they were working for.
Yes. You attacked Dakari Depot and Kaluchi mine on their information. They took advantage of those attacks to kill the Gestapo agents.
Well, naturally, the information they gave me made me believe they were innocent. They're pretty clever.
But about Andre Mason, she's obviously a prisoner at Colucci.
She wanted it to appear that she was a prisoner to establish her innocence. Actually, she was dealing with the Nazis for her father.
I see. And the boys abducted her so they could force the old man to give them a cut of the money he was to receive from the Germans for Ankerbach. Is that it?
Not quite all. Professor Mason and the boys planned to shift their guilt to me. That's why they held me prisoner.
Oh, yes. And the professor, whose reputation is of the highest, was to accuse you of dealing with the Nazis.
That's it. And they planned to tell their story when they brought me here, dead, and after the Germans had paid them for Ankerbach.
And Captain Carson saved your life.
Losing his own and doing it. And then Collins trailed me to the plane, but I got him, and here we are.
Come in. Yes?
Captain Carson has just arrived, sir.
Arrived? Mr. Galt just told me he's dead.
No, sir, but he's badly wounded. 3 boys, a girl, and another wounded man are with him.
Under the circumstances, Mr. Galt, I must ask you not to leave this room.
Naturally. And please don't take me into consideration until Captain Carson is out of danger. Not only did he save my life, he's my only witness.
We've agreed not to say anything, sir, until Captain Carson can tell his story.
You've made a grave accusation against Mr. Galt.
What chance have we got of anybody believing our word against his?
Back home, Galt has a big reputation as an engineer. Well, we're wanted for murder.
Captain Carson's our only witness, sir. Colonel Lee's compliments, sir. Captain Carson will live.
That's the best news I've heard in a long time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How are they?
Well, they're out of danger if they don't suffer any more from shock.
Wonderful. Galt is under guard like we are.
Well, he wouldn't dare try anything here.
Wouldn't he? What chance would he have to make his story stick if Captain Carson recovers and tells the truth?
On the air cadet, the man who soon will be the air corps man. Today we iron out our flaws and our kinks in the crazy old ink, but tomorrow we fly, we'll be ruling the sky. Each man's a future aid, a flying navigator for our bombardier. When we get get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the air Cadets. Deep in the future lay a flying navigator for a bombardier. When we get wings in the air, we'll be the kings of the air. The nation cheers, the world reveres the men who once were the air Cadets.
Transmission for Washington. Use code 20. Urgent. Collins, Roberts, McKay, Parker, 4 boys wanted for the Black Hangman murders, now my prisoners. Also Professor Mason and his daughter Andre. Arthur Galt, alive. Galt insists that Masons and boys plan to send Al Caban to Germany. Captain Carson, only reliable witness, seriously wounded, too weak to make statement. That's all.
Colonel Lee's compliments, sir. Captain Carson will live.
That's the best news I've heard in a long time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How are they?
Well, they're out of danger if they don't suffer any more from shock.
Wonderful. I hope Galt is under guard like we are.
Well, he wouldn't dare try anything here.
Wouldn't he? What chance would he have to make his story stick if Captain Carson recovers and tells the truth? I'm all right. See about your father and Captain Carson.
The concussion was pretty bad, Doctor, but I'm all right. Better see about Captain Carson.
Andre. How is Captain Carson?
Well, he's still breathing, but he hasn't moved since the explosion.
The concussion was bad enough for us, let alone him.
What do you think happened?
I'm positive I know what happened. A grenade was thrown through that window. Lucky for us, it went out the door and exploded outside.
A grenade?
Yes, and Galt threw it.
Galt? But how could he, Daddy?
It was an attempt to murder Captain Carson. If he doesn't live to tell what he knows, Galt will go free and we'll be held as his murderers.
They don't have to question us. We know who tried to murder our friends.
Look what the bomb blew in.
Your friends, Collins and the Masons, are safe. But Captain Carson, the shot.
Carson, the explosion killed him?
As you hoped it would.
Colonel Lee, I'm fed up listening to these traitors. With Captain Carson dead, I realize it's my word against theirs. But at least I'm willing to give my word.
You're quite correct, sir. Mr. Gold has made a formal accusation. You've refused to do so. I must ask for it now.
Well, Gold was clever enough to protect his reputation in America, but we've been accused of murder. So you see, sir, our statement won't be accepted without Captain Carson to back it up.
I'm not depending on your word or Mr. Galt's. Captain Carson's been on this case ever since the murder of the men who are supposed to have been your friends.
So have we.
His report is complete right up to the very moment he left by plane for Ancaban.
I'm certainly glad to hear you say that. The story these boys will tell will be the exact reverse of mine. I claim they held me prisoner to frame me for their guilt. And they'll claim I imprisoned them and Mason and held Mason's daughter as a hostage to ensure his cooperation. Mason found helium in those caves when he was digging a test well for oil.
Helium? Great Scott. If Germany gets hold of that gas...
Exactly, sir. Welding magnesium with helium will greatly increase plane efficiency and production, to say nothing of making Zeppelins fireproof.
Yes, and now all you have to do is tell Colonel Lee that we four cadets and the Masons are trying to sell it to Germany while you're trying to save it for the United Nations.
We're not getting any place with this argument.
Colonel Lee, you've been fair with us, so we'll do what you say, providing Danny agrees.
Andre,
Yes?
we have to depend on ourselves now.
What can we do?
Wait outside till I get into my clothes.
Good night, Mr. Gold, and thank you for your cooperation.
Don't mention it. I'll do anything to help clear up this terrible situation. Anything. As a matter of fact, I have a suggestion to make.
Yes?
Why not let me take 2 men to Ancaban in the morning? Show them how to get there.
Andre, I'll be back as soon as I can.
Well, where are you going?
To check up on Galt.
It would be insurance for you, Colonel. Then no matter what happened, you'd know how to get to Ancaban.
All right, Mr. Gold. You can take Captain Carson's plane. Lieutenants Neville and Tate and the pilot will accompany you.
Thank you, sir.
Not so. It's I who should thank you. Good night.
Oh, by the way, Colonel, with your permission, I'd like to call a friend of mine in town to make arrangements for quarters when I come back from Ancaban. May I?
Certainly. You just tell the operator I okayed the call.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. That's fine, Mr. Drecker. Yes? Yes, I'll meet you there just the same.
Very well, Mr. Galt. And I'll bring your old friend Michaud.
That's right. Thanks.
I got in touch with Lieutenants Neville and Tate, sir. They'll report here for instructions as soon as they can.
I found this boy snooping around Mr. Galt's quarters, sir. That's right, sir. I'm trying to help you with the investigation. I just heard Galt telephoning to Dracker, one of the guards who was at Ancaban.
Intelligence will take care of the investigation, Collins. And since you're strong enough to prowl around at night, I think you'd be safest with the other boys in the guardhouse.
Hello, is this the Mason ward? Miss Mason?
Yes? Will you want Colonel Lee? No, he isn't here right now. He just left on some sort of an inspection.
Oh, thank you. How you doing?
Writing about what happened to us is like writing a book, but I'm about finished.
You look it.
I'm forced to let him get away with that crack.
W6 RP10 calling reconnaissance, United Nations headquarters. W6 RP10 calling reconnaissance, United Nations headquarters. Come in, please.
United Nations headquarters answering W6 RP10.
Mr. Galt is now on way to caves with Lieutenants Neville and Tate. I'm staying here.
Now I know what Galt was talking about when I heard him phoning last night.
I'll report to Colonel Lee, that is all. investigations? Oh, yes, Colonel Lee. Yes, sir. But only just now, sir. They've just landed.
Let me speak to him. Colonel Lee, this is Danny Collins. You've got to listen to me. Galt is planning to trick your men so he can meet a Nazi agent bringing him money for the sale of Ankaban.
Follow that trail. It'll take you right to the entrance to the caves of Ankaban.
You said the helium was in the inner caves, didn't you?
That's what I heard Professor Mason say. He also said there was a pipeline leading from the caves to a filling station. It's on that landing field in a crater up there.
Sounds very interesting.
I'll go up this trail and investigate the filling station while you look over the cave.
Very good. We'll wait for you at the caves.
How did you escape from having the United Nations pick you up, Michel?
Oh, Mr. Dracker, I was a great success masquerade as a Frenchman here in this neighborhood for many years.
I hope you get away with this deal.
You will, Dracker. Hello, Michaud.
Hello, Mr. Galt.
Oh, so you are Mr. Galt, huh? I am Michaud. I have the money. Tell me how to get to Ankaban. Vite, monsieur, vite.
Cut out the phony French, Michaud. And then once you're in the caves, all you have to do is follow your nose.
I will do that. After I report your statement. If everything is as you say it is, I will pay you the money. Calling Sahara headquarters. M7 calling Sahara headquarters. Come in, please.
Cancel deal. The United States has just invaded North Africa.
I don't believe it. The United States is not strong enough.
There's the cash, all right. American greenies like you ordered.
Yeah. You take it, Dracker. I gotta get back to the caves and show those two guards the mysteries of Ankaban and then fly back to that stuff-shirted colonel.
Sure, Galt, sure. But let's get out of Africa before the United States Army takes us over.
Good idea. Fastest way I know is this.
Medium bombers, Flight 6 ready, Colonel Lee. All other available planes warming up, sir. Boy, oh boy, how about that? Eisenhower in Morocco with an American army. Wouldn't I like to be with him? Wouldn't I like to be flying one of those bombers?
Line coming through, sir.
General Eisenhower headquarters, answering United States reconnaissance.
U.S. reconnaissance standing by.
Send at once. All available planes able to hop this far without refueling.
Flight 6, medium bombers will take off at once. All other available planes warming up. Standing by. Take off from Morocco. Good hunting. Follow Flight 6 as soon as your planes are ready.
What a break. Carson dead, Andre and her dad held in the hospital, and here we are accused of being traitors and murderers.
Yes, and Colonel Lee out on the field now, meeting Galt coming back from Ankaban like a hero.
Uh-oh. Here comes trouble.
After hearing Neville and Tate's report on the helium in Ankaban, I'm certainly glad I sent you with them.
I'm glad I was able to prove to you that my report on the whole affair is true.
You believe him. Is that it, Colonel Lee?
I believe the evidence. Thank you. Now that the Black Hangman and Ankaban mysteries are cleared up, I'd like to get back to America.
You mean you're going to let him go? Sorry, sir.
Too bad Captain Carson couldn't have lived to join Eisenhower. What a thrill that would have been for him. Carson, I thought you were dead. Arthur Galt, I arrest you for the Black Hangman murders and as a traitor to the United States. Your accusation is false.
Our investigation has proven it's true.
Colonel Lee, he's wearing the Black Hangman's trick coat.
The Black Hangman's outfit. Very clever, Galt. The officers I sent with you have reported that you're wearing money belts. The cash and price Germany paid for Anchorban.
You thought you could outwit Army intelligence. We have your records, Galt, from the day you were born of German parents. Now good American citizens who must hang their heads in shame. They made one mistake, however, having you educated in Germany, where you were taught the tactics of treachery. But you're worse than a traitor. You tried to double-cross both countries and laid the blame on these innocent boys, whose intelligence you underestimated. I gave Colonel Lee your records, and he, very cleverly, gave you enough rope to hang yourself.
You know, Captain Carson, those boys are going to make good soldiers.
They should. They certainly know how to fight. Congratulations, Lieutenant McKay.
Thank you, sir. Too bad Major Elliott and George Bolton aren't here to see them get their wings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Collins.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Scrapper, look below. Africary Islands.
Looks familiar, Danny. I wonder if those Nazis are still down there looking for us.
Not a chance. The United Nations mopped them up, just like we're gonna blast them out of the country we're headed for.